morning, ladies and gentlemen. We invite you all to the 39th Convocation and the 6th G. Parthasarthi oration. Now, a short video clip about the Institute will be played on the screen.
Tirunal, also referred to as the greener city of India, is the capital city of Kerala. The city is fortunate to have high quality research and educational institutions apart from its natural beauty and rich culture. At the heart of the city, Sree Chitra Institute stands tall in the prestigious Medical College campus. The origin of the institute dates back to 1973 when the royal family of Trivandrum gifted a multi-story building to the people and the government of Kerala. The concept of amalgamating medical sciences and technology within a single institution framework was regarded as sufficiently important by the Government of India to declare the centre as an institute of national importance under the Department of Science and Technology in 1980. The institute offers advanced treatment using modern technologies in several specialized areas such as interventional radiology, cardiac electrophysiology, deep brain stimulation for movement disorders, epilepsy surgery, pediatric cardiac surgery, base of skull and vascular surgeries, to name a few. The Department of Cardiology offers its expertise in risk stratification, prevention and comprehensive management, as well as facilitate rehabilitation of patients with a wide range of coronary and non-coronary cardiac ailments. The Division of Cardiac Electrophysiology is an internationally recognized leader in the evaluation and treatment of heart rhythm disturbances known as arrhythmias. A new outpatient care service was inaugurated this year to facilitate the smooth and efficient patient care services in cardiac sciences. The neurology department involves all subdivisions including cognition and behavioral neurology, a comprehensive care center for movement disorders, sleep disorders, a stroke care center, multiple sclerosis and related disorders, neuromuscular division, pediatric neurology and neurodevelopmental disorders, and the R. Madhavan Nair Center for Comprehensive Epilepsy Care. The Epilepsy Center is one of the largest in the country, and deep brain stimulation procedures are being done using state-of-the-art technology. The Stroke Center here is one of the highest volume centers for carotid revascularization in India. The Department of Imaging Sciences and Interventional Radiology performs neuro, cardiac, vascular imaging and image-guided interventions. The department has a dedicated 256-slice CT scanner, a 1.5 Tesla MRI and a 3 Tesla MRI with advanced MRI sequences. The department has a separate ICU and OPD and performs about 1,600 vascular interventions per year. The department was one of the first in the country to start interventional radiology procedures and run 2 separate DM courses, one in neuroimaging and neurointervention and the other in cardioimaging and vascular intervention radiology. Neurosurgical procedures demand precision and microsurgical skills. The Department of Neurosurgery at Sree Chitra is the largest surgical department in Kerala and performs more than 1,500 surgeries every year. The neurosurgery department here is doing path-breaking surgical innovations in the areas of moya-moya disease, endoscopic skull-base surgery, cerebrovascular surgery, and spine surgery. The surgical techniques and innovations have been published in various national and international journals. The neurosurgery department has been recognized as a center for excellence for training of the overseas residents and junior consultants. The department is aiming to establish a state-of-the-art cadaver dissection laboratory in the future with facilities for training for residents. The current thrust areas include spinal instrumentation, surgery for stroke, and minimally invasive neurosurgery. The Department of Anesthesiology at SCTIMST has been an integral part of the institute from its very origin. The 2 divisions include cardiothoracic and vascular anesthesiology and neuroanesthesiology. Both divisions equipped with the latest technology devices for patient care including modern anesthesia machines, vital parameter monitors, trans-esophageal echocardiography machines and many others. For more than 3 decades, the Division of Cardiothoracic and Vascular Surgery has been delivering the most innovative and comprehensive care for patients with complex disorders of the heart, lungs and blood vessels. Today, the center is the most advanced cardiovascular care center of its kind in the region, equipped with the latest technologies and tailored around the needs of our cardiovascular patients. The division closely works with the BMT wing, and the joint venture resulted in the development of the TTK Chitra valve, which is being used in over 251 major cardiac centers all over the country. The Sree Chitra Blood Center was the first in the state to have blood component separation facility way back in the 80s. Today, it has grown into a full-fledged department of transfusion medicine with apheresis, chemiluminescence assay, and nucleic acid testing facilities. Recently, emphasis has been given to autologous blood transfusion as well, and we also possess state-of-the-art equipment for component preparation and immunohematology. The Department of Microbiology provides diagnostic services to the hospital in the areas of bacteriology, virology, serology, mycology, and parasitology. The department has an active role in the control of nosocomial infections, having undertaken several surveillance activities, outbreak control, and help in the activities of the infection control team in the formulation of guidelines and policies. The Biomedical Technology Wing of Sree Chitra Institute consists of a team committed to medical device development, research, and training. A broad range of the activities here are biomedical devices, biomaterial, tissue engineering, device validation, biomedical business incubation, and commercialization. The Achana Menon Center for Health Science Studies has completed 25 years of growth since its inception. It was built on the conviction that healthcare delivery, healthcare research, and healthcare technology must have a human face based on the principles of social justice. The center has come a long way since it was born out of some visionary minds back in 1992 to being recognized as a center of excellence for public health training by the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, Government of India in the year 2000. We offer the Master of Public Health, the Diploma in Public Health, and the Doctorate in Public Health programs at the AMC HSS. Its faculties and students continue to bring laurels to the institute, recently one being awarded the prestigious Shanti Swaroop Bhatnagar Award and another being nominated to the Lancet Citizens Commission on Reimaging India's Health System. This unique example AMC HSS of harnessing technology for public health is getting laurels from many international experts.
On 15 November 2022, Dr. Jitendra Singh, Honorable Minister of State, Independent Charge for Science, Technology and Earth Sciences, inaugurated the Combination Devices Block at BMT Wing campus in the presence of Sree V. Muralidharan, Honorable Minister of State for External Affairs and Parliamentary Affairs. The Combination Devices Block has been constructed with the financial support from Department of Science and Technology, Government of India. The construction work was executed by Central Public Work Department, Government of India. The Royal Family Collection of Books, published by the erstwhile ruling family of Travancore, was inaugurated in SCTIMST Library by the Travancore Royal Family member, Her Highness Ashwati Tirunal Gauri Lakshmi Bhai, in October 2022. A technology conclave on the theme Medical Devices, Transition and Vision Towards 2047 was organized by the Institute in October 2022. This brought professionals from clinical community, industry, regulatory bodies, and research and development institutions on a single platform. Discussions were held to address the challenges faced by the healthcare technology segment in the country.
I'm deeply honored and very happy to offer my sincere greetings to my entire Sree Chitra family on this happy occasion, which combines the annual convocation of Sree Chitra Institute and also the GP oration. The annual convocation is a landmark in the life of universities. When the students or trainees, they complete one phase of their training and receive their degree certificates. In Sree Chitra's case, these are really not students, they are consultants, they are specialists, and they are getting training in higher specialities. So I offer my congratulations to them and wish them good fortune in their professional life ahead. And the GP oration, we are celebrating the first president of Sree Chitra, G. Parthasarathi. He was a diplomat extraordinary and an exceptional president. It is a great pleasure and honor to pay him homage. Apart from these, today's convocation is also a momentous occasion for us. That is because a few weeks ago, government had issued a paper, a working paper for public consultation. And this paper was in circulation in the public domain, and the government would have received lots of inputs. And just a few days ago, maybe 2 days ago, the government have announced a policy on medical devices based on the inputs they have received for the note that they have published. Now this is exceedingly important because what it does is the medical devices, the entire subject, whether it is R&D, whether it is marketing, whether it is ethics, all aspects of medical devices will be part of the Department of Pharmaceuticals, who already deal with vaccines and drugs. Because in vaccines and drugs, as you well know, these are much bigger than medical devices in healthcare. And where India has excelled in this is to make sure that these are available to what we call the global south, developing countries. They simply cannot afford the technologies of these, with the result many of them are deprived. It became an acute problem in the case of vaccines and drugs. So there was a joint action at the United Nations level, and finally a lot of concessions have been given. Now they want a similar type of approach to medical devices. That is the third and the smallest part of this healthcare provision. And this is in accordance with this, that the new policy says that medical devices will be under the jurisdiction of pharmaceuticals, who already control drugs and vaccines. And so therefore, from today's market of $11 billion for medical devices in India, the government statement says that they will raise it to $50 billion in 2025 and $200 billion in 2047, India's year of centenary of independence. Now, this is not an empty statement, because when we talk about 50 billion or 200 billion, we are really not only talking about the Indian market. We are also talking about the global south, the entire developing countries of the world. So we have therefore, like in the case of vaccines and drugs, India has already become a global supplier. Our market is the world. Our vaccines, our drugs, these are exported in very large amounts. They want a similar type of development taking place in medical devices. So this is a very great opportunity for us, and I certainly hope Sree Chitra will address this and take this up as a challenge and accomplish this so that Chitra becomes a global enterprise. Thank you.
Good morning. I welcome you to the annual convocation of Sree Chitra Tirunal Institute for Medical Sciences and Technology for the 39th batch of graduates. I request the fraternity and students who have passed out from the hallowed portals of this institute to never forget the legacy that it represents. A combination of clinical experience, public health enhancement, and an immersive experience in biomedical technology and science development. I hope that you will always remember this immersive experience and make every attempt in the future to emulate, to enhance, and to disseminate this unique and wonderful experience. I wish you my very best wishes.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We cordially once again invite you to the 39th Convocation and the 6th G Parthasarthi oration, which will begin shortly. Before the function begins, I would like to draw your attention to the following points to be followed during the proceedings. Kindly keep your mobile phones switched off. No photography or video recording is permitted inside the auditorium during the function. When the academic procession arrival is announced, kindly rise and remain standing until the members of the academic procession are seated. The program is also being live streamed via YouTube and projected in other areas of the institute.
May I have your attention, please? The graduates procession will now enter the auditorium. mention of graduates, please note that when we announce the name of the department, the graduates from the respective department is requested to come down and form a line near the steps on the right side of the stage. Your head of the department will announce the number of students graduating from your department first, followed by the individual names of those who are receiving their degrees in person. You are requested to walk up to the stage and receive your degrees one by one. You walk across the stage towards the steps on the other side, where the marshal will change your tassel on the head. Once you have received the degree, you may please occupy the seat.
Ladies and gentlemen, the academic procession is ready to enter the auditorium. Kindly rise and remain standing until the members of the academic procession are seated. Ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning and a warm welcome to the annual convocation ceremony of the 39th batch of Sree Chitra Tirunal Institute for Medical Sciences and Technology, Trivandrum. To begin this auspicious ceremony, may I invite Mr. Srinath and Dr. Jisa VT to invoke the Almighty.
ആദിമധ്യാന്തമാം ചൈതന്യമേ ആർദ്രമായി നീ നമ്മിൽ നിറയേണമേ ആദ്യാക്ഷരത്തിൻ്റെ മാധുര്യമായി ഓരോ ജനങ്ങളും വിടരേണമേ ശാന്തമായി നദിയായി ഒഴുകേണമേ ജ്ഞാനവിജ്ഞാനങ്ങളാകും ഫലങ്ങളിൽ ജീവിത വൃക്ഷത്തിൻ തൈയാകണേ ഭാവിതൻ പാതയിൽ ഈ ഗുരുവചനങ്ങൾ സാന്ത്വനത്തണലായി തീരണമേ ശാന്തി തൻ തെന്നലായി വീശേണമേ ആദിമധ്യാന്തമാം ചൈതന്യമേ ആർദ്രമായി നീ നമ്മിൽ നിറയേണമേ
May I now request our director, Dr. Sanjay Behari, to welcome the gathering and present the report of the Institute.
Good morning. I extend my warm greetings to all of you on the occasion of the annual convocation of Sree Chitra Tirunal Institute for Medical Sciences and Technology. I have the immense privilege and honor to welcome Professor Vinod Paul, our chief guest, member Niti Aayog, and professor and head of pediatrics, All India Institute of Medical Sciences, Delhi. He is globally recognized medical and public health scientist. In the Niti Aayog, he heads the Department of Health, Nutrition, and Human Resource Development. The outstanding work on health outreach programs of Ayushman Bharat, the Ayushman Bharat Health and Wellness Center scheme, and Poshan Abhiyan are due to his leadership. As chairman of the Board of Governors in supersession of the Medical Council of India in 2018 to 20, he was instrumental for several reforms, such as a record increase in undergraduate and postgraduate medical seats, and introduction of telemedicine guidelines and district residency system. He was a part of the core team of India's outstanding COVID reforms and vaccine administration, and chairs the Empowered Group on Medical Infrastructure. He has over 400 scientific publications to his credit. He features among world's top 2% scientists in the field of pediatrics based on Stanford University classification. He's a fellow of all 3 science academies of the country and a recipient of the B.R. Ambedkar Centenary Award for Excellence in Biomedical Research by the Indian Council for Medical Research. He has also been conferred with the prestigious WHO Prize for his globally recognized service in the field of family health. We are extremely honored to welcome you, sir, to our annual convocation. Padma Bhushan, Padma Shree, Dr. V.K. Saraswat, member of Niti Aayog and Chancellor of Jawaharlal Nehru University and the Honorable President of our institute, has been a source of constant inspiration and guidance for us. He has been conferred an honorary doctorate by more than 25 universities and has served as Secretary, Defense Research and Development Organization. In his illustrious career, he is credited with indigenous development of missiles such as Prithvi, Dhanush, Prahar, and Agni 5, the 2-tiered ballistic missile defense system, the initial operational clearance of the light combat aircraft Tejas, and nuclear submarine INS Arihant. He has played a pivotal role in the development of strategic nuclear assets, long-range cruise missiles, and the radar tracking establishment of Cybersecurity Research and Development Center, development of alternate energy systems, development of silicon photonics technology, designing of high-speed rail systems, and natural supercon conducting systems. As our Honorable President, his silent but very effective role in supporting our institute has been of inspirational proportions. Thank you very much for sparing your valuable time for us. Dr. Rajesh Gokhale, our honored guest of honor, is currently the Secretary of Department of Biotechnology, Government of India. He joined the National Institute of Immunology after conducting his postdoctoral training at Stanford University. He was the director of Institute of Genomics and Integrative Biology from 2009 to 2016. Dr. Gokhale is known for his studies on the metabolic diversity of pathogens and especially Mycobacterium tuberculosis. He holds US and Indian patents for his invention of methods to modulate pigmentation process in the melanocytes of skin. An alumnus of the Indian Institute of Science, he is an elected fellow of the Indian Academy of Sciences and the Indian National Science Academy. He is the recipient of the Shanti Swarup Bhatnagar Award for Science and Technology and the National Bioscience Award for Career Development. We are grateful to Professor Gokhale for sparing his valuable time to inspire us by his presence. Professor Lalit Dandona, the G. Parthasarathi Orator, is a distinguished research professor at the Public Health Foundation of India, honorary distinguished scientist and national chair of population health at the Indian Council of Medical Research in New Delhi, and professor of health metrics sciences at the Institute of Health Metrics and Evaluation, University of Washington, Seattle, USA. After receiving his medical training at the All India Institute of Medical Sciences in New Delhi and the Johns Hopkins University School of Medicine and the University of Maryland School of Medicine in Baltimore, he received his public health training at the Johns Hopkins University School of Public Health. His initiatives include reducing comprehensive disease burden and risk factors, policy to improve population health, mapping of research output and funding, health system assessments including health economics and population-based studies on several communicable diseases, non-communicable diseases, and injuries. Professor Dandona serves on the International Advisory Board of the Lancet and on the editorial boards of several other journals. He received the 2006 inaugural Biomed Central Research Award in Medicine for population health research in India. His name is included in the Stanford Medley database of top global scientists. We are grateful to you, sir, for inspiring us. I'm extremely grateful to the Travancore royal family who have always supported all our endeavors. Of their inspiration as well as simplicity are virtues that make every member of our institution and the city of Thiruvananthapuram extremely proud of being associated with them. I'm grateful to all the directors and previous employees of Sri Chitra, especially our founder directors, Professor Velayathan and Professor Mohandas, for their dedicated services to the institute. I'm also indebted to the directors and vice chancellors of various universities, members of the institute governing bodies and institute bodies, and fraternity of SCTIMST for gracing the occasion by your presence. Your lifetime of contributions has made both Kerala the hub of higher education and our institution as being among the highest ranked institutions in India, both in medicine as well as in biomedical and public health research. I'm grateful to the graduates who will receive their degrees today and also their families. Your hard work and your scientific contributions and the fragrance of knowledge and achievements that you will spread far and wide will be responsible for the long-lasting success of our institution as well as our country. I congratulate all the awardees of various scientific certificates of merit being given today. I also deeply acknowledge all the doctors, engineers, scientists, nurses, technicians, and paramedical staff whose services and patient care, ideas, patents, translation of products will serve to help the lives of less fortunate in India. I'm also grateful to members of the press for sparing their valuable time. I would like to express our gratitude to the Government of India and Government of Kerala for extending their wholehearted support to our developmental activities. We thank Dr. Sree Chandrasekhar, Secretary, Department of Science and Technology, as well as members of the DST for their constant encouragement and guidance. On behalf of our institute, I also thank the alumni and other guests for being with us today. We wish you all the very best wishes. Dr. Saraswat, our Honorable President, will soon give you a brief review of our overall initiatives of the last 1 year. I would like to highlight some individual scientific achievements of our various departments. The cardiology department started their back to basics simulator-based hands-on training program and the heart failure conflux. Under the leadership of Dr. Biju Lal, 50 transcatheter aortic valve replacements were performed, which is among the highest in the country. The National Center of Research and Excellence in Heart Failure, supported by ICMR, works in an excellent way under the leadership of Dr. Harikrishnan and Dr. Sanjay. The State of Heart Failure Biobank, the first in the country, now holds 2,500 biosamples with annotated clinical data. The conduction system pacing and cryoablation for atrial fibrillation and other electrophysiological interventions are carried out under the outstanding leadership of Dr. Narayan Nambudri and Dr. Abhilash. The electrophysiology division, started by Professor Ajit, our previous director, is a unique initiative of our institute. The division of pediatric cardiology started with the Fontaine Clinic, the first of its kind in India, and performed specialized newer device procedures in critically ill newborns and even neonates. Dr. Krishnamurthy was awarded the Best Innovator Award for the pioneering non-fluoroscopic closure of atrial septal defect at the Cardiological Society of India National Intervention Council, Ahmedabad. The Department of Cardiothoracic and Vascular Surgery initiated 2 new clinics. The Fontaine Clinic for the follow-up of patients who had undergone univentricular correction along with the Department of Cardiology, and a heart and pregnancy clinic for pregnant women with corrected or uncorrected congenital heart disease in association with the Department of Cardiology and the Department of Obstetrics and Gynecology, SAT, Tirunal. Both are the first-time initiatives in the country. In the Department of Neurology, Asian Stroke Summer School 2022, a 4-day teaching program on acute interdisciplinary stroke treatment was organized in collaboration with the University of Bern, Switzerland. The number of deep brain stimulation surgeries and epilepsy surgeries and related functional neurosurgical procedures are amongst the highest in India. And both the teams, headed by Dr. Sham, Dr. Ramshekhar Menon, as well as Dr. Krishna Kumar and Dr. George Wellingham, need to be congratulated for this amazing achievement. Professor Shailja was elected to the board of directors of the World Stroke Congress for a period of 4 years. She was also nominated by the World Stroke Organization for Women in Stroke for a contribution to stroke globally. Dr. Sajit received the fellowship of the Royal College of Physicians, London. Dr. Ajit Cherian won travel bursary from the Academy of Neurology for several international congresses. Dr. Shruti Nair received Multiple Sclerosis International Federation du Prix Grand for International Multiple Sclerosis Fellowship at the University of Birmingham, United Kingdom. Dr. Sapna Sridharan won the first prize in the National Stroke Quiz 2022. Dr. Soumya Sundaram was an expert member of the Department of Biotechnology's initiative on autism spectrum disorders and received the International Child Neurology Travel Grant for participating in the Congress in Turkey. In the Department of Neurosurgery, Dr. Ishwar has been selected as a faculty of the National Organ and Tissue Transplant Organization by motivating nearly 100 organ donations. Dr. Prakash Nair presented the award video presentation at 32nd North American Skull-Based Society meeting, Florida. Dr. Jayanand Sudhir is participating in National Superconducting Mission and is an adjunct faculty at IIT Chennai due to his outstanding work on cerebrovascular diseases and computational fluid dynamics. Professor Raut Oration was introduced in honor of the founder professor of the department. In the Department of Imaging Sciences and Interventional Radiology, Dr. Bijoy Somas, Dr. Keshav Das, and Dr. Jay Devan edited the important neuroradiology section of the comprehensive Indian Radiological and Imaging Association textbook of radiology. Dr. Jinesh won the best paper in vascular interventional radiology and overall best oral presenter award at the Indian Society conference. The department designated and developed a comprehensive portal for dural arteriovenous fistula management and research. The Department of Anesthesia has a very unique honor, and that is not having any postponement of any surgical case, which I think as a surgeon is an amazing, amazing achievement. And they also won several scientific awards. In the Department of Transfusion Medicine, Dr. Devashish Gupta received the Lifetime Achievement Award of the Society and also received the ISBTI Oration Award from their major society. He received the prize as an editor of our Hindi newsletter, Chitra. He was appointed as the executive member of the Homogivigilance Program of India under the National Institutes of Biological Ministry of Health. He was appointed as the executive member of the Working Group for Blood and Blood-Related Products under Indian Pharmacopoeia Mission, Ministry of Health and Family Welfare. And he was also appointed in the expert group for establishment of capital blood banks in India under the Health and Family Welfare Division, Niti Aayog. Dr. Amita received the highest award, the J.G. Jolly Award from the Indian Society of Immunohematology and Blood Transfusion, and received USA President's Award from Association of Advancement for Blood and Biotherapies, and also received the Blood Donation Award for promoting voluntary blood donation related activities. Dr. Vinu Rajendran received again the J.R. Jolly Award for Academic and Research Excellence, and Ms. Sindhu received the ISBTI Technologist Fellowship Award at the same conference. In the Department of Pathology, Dr. Divya was selected for the Young Investigator Meet by the Wellcome Trust, and she was invited to participate in the Women in Science and Technology Conclave organized by SERV. In the Department of Microbiology, Dr. Kavita Raja was elected as the Vice President of the Academy of Clinical Microbiologists, and Dr. Dinu presented his research work in an European Society of Clinical Microbiology in UK. The department is also a part of the WHO program that has helped Kerala be the first state in the country to submit a comprehensive antibiogram to the World Health Organization. The most unique contribution came yesterday, and that is, yesterday, for the entire institute, an antibiotic policy was adopted by the microbiology department, which will serve as a focus for the entire country. And I really congratulate the department for this effort. The Department of Biochemistry does a lot of research, but there are only 3 members, and it has conducted nearly 9 lakh tests for primary care, which is an amazing achievement. The computer division has indigenously developed some very interesting websites. The Dural Arteriovenous Fistula portal, the patient portal, the alumni portal, the Gati portal. Then there is a website for Institute Journal, which is a new journal, which is the Opinions in Medical Sciences, Technology and Health, software for patient health survey, and the Treasury single account software, all in 1 year. The Division of Clinical Engineering managed more than 15,000 work requests and played a stellar role in planning and designing of the new hospital block infrastructure and facilities. The Nursing Division is a very unique concept because here relatives are not allowed with the patients. So the nurses take complete care of all the patients who are actually admitted to various wards. And I think this is a remarkable achievement. In the Biomedical Technology wing, in the Department of Technology and Quality Management, accredited testing and calibration services are very unique, and they are accredited and they are actually serving a large proportion of industry partners. In the Department of Medical Device Engineering, Dr. Roy Joseph, Ms. Gopika Gopan, along with Dr. Jaydevan from the Department of IS and IR, received the National 11th Petrochemical Award from the Ministry of Health for Chemicals and Fertilizers and New and Renewable Energy for their very innovative invention, which is a metal-free radio-opaque polymer material for embolization of arteriovenous malformations. And this is a very unique thing because if it gets established in India, then this will be a very economical embolization device, which is a minimally invasive device in cerebrovascular diseases. Dr. Arvind Prajapati was selected as one among 5 scientists to represent India at the 7th BRICS Young Scientist Forum. And Dr. Jiju Raj received the Program Coordinators Award during the training program for scientists and technologists, Government of India, and was invited as a visiting scholar in the Division of Science at Abu Dhabi. In the Department of Applied Biology, Professor P.V. Mohanan was nominated as adjunct professor in the Indian Institute of Technology, Hyderabad. He was also nominated as an expert member of several statutory committees of the DBT, of the Food Safety and Standard Authority, and he was also nominated as the chairperson of the expert committee for review of proposals under the ICMR DFG Germany program. Dr. T.V. Anil Kumar has been elected as a fellow of the National Academy of Agricultural Sciences, and Dr. Naresh Kosuju, the tissue culture laboratory, received the IAAM Scientist Award 2022 and the O.P. Sharma Young Scientist Award 2022. Dr. Linda Thomas was awarded the Certificate of Excellence for the year 2022. The animal facility was upgraded this year, and this has been very nicely handled by Dr. Uma Shankar and Dr. Shinoy. And this serves as the foundation for all the tests that we are doing for all the biomedical devices. In the Department of Biomaterial Science and Technology, Dr. Shaini won the Best Oral Presentation Award of the Science Congress, and Dr. Jayashree got the Sree Ratna Award by Kerala Kala Sangam, Government of Kerala, and the Best Woman Scientist Award by the Indian Society for Analytical Sciences. She is also enlisted as one among the women in neurosciences in the world by the Royal Society of Chemistry. At the Public Health Wing at the Achyuta Menon Center, Dr. Jeeman has an outstanding career. In 2022, he won the Best Investigator Award at the International Behavioral Trial Network, University of Montreal, Canada. He was the finalist of the British Council UK Alumni Award. He was on the advisory board member of the World Health Organization Global Health Foresight Horizon Scan Exercise. He was a member of the Innovation Cell of the Kerala University of Health Sciences. He consistently featured in the top 2% scientists worldwide in the list published by the Stanford University. And he also featured in the Tell Me Why magazine as one of the best 100 scientists from India. Dr. Raquel Gaitonde was inducted as a member of the International Advisory Committee of the Coincide project of the Welcome Team grant. He was invited to be a member of the Lancet Citizens Committee, and he was invited as an expert to endorse the activities of the Alliance of Health Policy and System Research by WHO. And Dr. Mala Ramanathan is the working editor of a very important journal, the Indian Journal of Medical Ethics. The Institute acknowledges with great pride the academic input of its fraternity. The students of the Institute won several academic awards, and I congratulate all of them. Thank you, dear graduates, for choosing Sree Chitra as the foundation of your professional career. You are the torch bearers of the rich tradition of this institute. We sincerely hope that you will maintain the highest levels of professional competence, ethics, and empathy for your patients. You have an immense responsibility. Your positive contributions to the society and to the people you serve will go a long way in maintaining as well as elevating the reputation of your institute. I end on a note of caution. Why is sustaining success much harder than becoming successful? Getting successful can be the biggest impediment to maintaining that success. This is because the more successful you are at something, the more convinced you become that you are doing it right. If one does not question one's assumptions, mental models, success habits, principles, and actions daily, one's success can also be one's downfall, and you must always remember this. Finally, I would like to share with you the thoughts of Gurudev Rabindranath Tagore. He is known for composing our national anthem, for his book of verses, Gitanjali, for which he won the Nobel Prize, and where one of his most famous poetries, where the mind of is without fear is written. However, one of his lesser known but equally impactful poetries from the same collection, which is the song 36 from Gitanjali, I would like to share with you. I hope that you will carry its message in every interaction that you have. This is my prayer to thee, my Lord. Strike. Strike at the root of penury in my heart. Give me the strength lightly to bear my joys and sorrows. Give me the strength to make my love fruitful in service. Give me the strength never to disown the poor or bend my knees before insolent might. Give me the strength to keep my mind high above daily trifles. And give me the strength to surrender my strength to thy will with love. Thank you very much for kind attention.
Thank you, sir. May I now request Dr. Vijay Kumar Saraswat, Honorable President of our institute, to declare the convocation ceremony open.
Namaskar, good morning. I now declare the annual convocation of the 39th batch of Sree Chitra Tirunal Institute of Medical Sciences and Technology open.
Thank you, sir. We will now commence the conferment of the degrees. May I request the Dean to invite the Honorable President of the Institute, Dr. Vijay Kumar Saraswat, and the Director, Dr. Sanjay Bihari, for the conferment of the degrees on the new graduates. I now request Professor Srinivas VG, Head, Department of Anesthesiology, to present the candidates from his department.
I am proud to present 5 graduates from the Department of Anesthesiology who have fulfilled the requirements and are found eligible for the degree of DM Cardiothoracic and Vascular Anesthesia. May I request the Honorable President to award the degree of DM Cardiothoracic and Vascular Anesthesia to Dr. Karthik Hanuman Setti. Dr. Marcos L. Parrett. Dr. Tony Jose Joseph. Dr. Varsha A.V. Four graduates from Department of Anesthesia who have fulfilled the requirements and are found eligible for the degree of DM Neuroanesthesia. May I request the Honorable President to award the degree of DM Neuroanesthesia to Dr. Jiva George, Dr. Jitumol Thankam Thomas, Dr. Shalini R. Verma, Dr. Sapna Suresh, one graduate from Department of Anesthesia who has fulfilled the requirements and is found eligible for the post of postdoctoral fellowship. May I request the Honorable President to award the postdoctoral fellowship in pediatric cardiac anesthesia to Dr. Mamta Munaf. The following graduates have fulfilled the requirements and are found eligible but unable to be present today. Dr. Jagdish A. May I request the Honorable President to award the degree in absentia. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. May I now request Professor Harikrishnan S., Head, Department of Cardiology, to present the candidates from his department.
I am proud to present 6 graduates from the Department of Cardiology who have fulfilled the requirements and are found eligible for the degree of DM Cardiology. May I request the Honorable President to award the degree of DM Cardiology to Dr. Deebanjan Bhattacharya. Dr. Sravan Kumar G. Dr. Sundaram C. The following graduates from the Department of Cardiology have fulfilled the requirements and are found eligible for postdoctoral fellowship. May I request the Honorable President to award the postdoctoral fellowship in adult cardiology and interventions to Dr. Bhagavati Prasad Pant. May I request the Honorable President to award the postdoctoral fellowship in cardiac electrophysiology to Dr. Harsh Kumar Pandey. Dr. Jyoti Vijay MS. The following graduates have fulfilled the requirements and are found eligible but unable to be present today. DM Cardiology, Dr. Dayanand Kamanakeri, Dr. Kakarla Sai Kiran, Dr. Nitin Naik. Postdoctoral fellowship in adult cardiology and interventions, Dr. Valse Rohit Sunil. In pediatric cardiology, Dr. Jenu Rose Jose. May I request the Honorable President to award the degree in absentia. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. May I request Professor Varghese Tipanikar, in charge, Department of Cardiovascular and Thoracic Surgery, to present the candidates from his department.
I am proud to present one graduate from the Department of Cardiovascular and Thoracic Surgery who has fulfilled the requirements and is found eligible for the MCH vascular surgery. May I request the Honorable President to award the MCH vascular surgery to Dr. Sree Manchikandi. The following graduate has fulfilled the requirements of MCH cardiovascular and thoracic surgery degree and are found eligible but unable to be present today. Dr. Joshi Agash Dinesh. May I request the Honorable President to award the degree in absentia. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. I now request Professor Bijoy Thomas, Head, Department of Imaging Sciences and Interventional Radiology, to present the candidates from his department.
I am proud to present two graduates from the Department of Imaging Sciences and Interventional Radiology who have fulfilled the requirements and are found eligible for the degree of DM Cardiovascular Imaging and Vascular Interventional Radiology. May I request the Honorable President to award the degree of DM Cardiovascular Imaging and Vascular Interventional Radiology to Dr. Bellala Ajay Pavan Kumar, Dr. Vimal Chako Mondi, The following graduates have fulfilled the requirements of DM Neuroimaging and Interventional Neuroradiology and are found eligible but unable to be present today: Dr. Dev Prakash Sharma, Dr. Krishna Pratap Singh, Dr. Pooja Gupta, Dr. Sachin Girdhar, Dr. Vikas Chauhan. May I request the Honorable President to award the degree in absentia. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. I request Professor Shailaja PN, Head, Department of Neurology, to present the candidates from her department.
I am proud to present 4 graduates from the Department of Neurology who have fulfilled the requirements and found eligible for the degree of DM Neurology. May I request the Honorable President to award the degree of DM Neurology to Dr. Jitin George, Dr. Krishna S., Dr. Lakshmi Priya R., Dr. Prabhu A.S., The following graduates from the Department of Neurology have fulfilled the requirements and found eligible for the postdoctoral fellowship. May I request the Honorable President to award the postdoctoral fellowship in neuromuscular disorders to Dr. Aravinda Mandalapu, The following graduates have fulfilled the requirements and found eligible but unable to be present today: DM Neurology, Dr. Gadam Balaswamy Reddy; Postdoctoral Fellowship in Stroke, Dr. Naveen Kumar P; Postdoctoral Fellowship in Electroencephalography, Dr. Jitu Jose; Postdoctoral Fellowship in Epilepsy, Dr. Harini Paulari. May I request the Honorable President to award the degree and fellowship in absentia. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Madam. I request Professor Ishwa H.V., Head, Department of Neurosurgery, to present the candidates from his department.
I am proud to present 5 graduates from the Department of Neurosurgery who have fulfilled the requirements and are found eligible for the degree of MCH Neurosurgery. May I request the Honorable President to award the degree of MCH Neurosurgery to Dr. Ajit Singh. Dr. Anand Binu. Dr. Arun Gowda K. Dr. Darshan HR. Dr. Srinath PR. The following graduates from the Department of Neurosurgery have fulfilled the requirements and are found eligible for the postdoctoral fellowship. May I request the Honorable President to award the postdoctoral fellowship in skull-based neurosurgery to Dr. M. Gautam. The following graduate who has fulfilled the requirements of postdoctoral fellowship in cerebrovascular surgery is found eligible for the same but unable to be present today. Dr. Sanjay HM. May I request the Honorable President to award the fellowship in absentia. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. I request Professor Devashish Gupta, Head, Department of Transfusion Medicine, to present the candidate from his department.
I am proud to present one graduate from the Department of Transfusion Medicine who has fulfilled the requirements and is found eligible for the degree of MD Transfusion Medicine. May I request the Honorable President to award the degree of MD Transfusion Medicine to Dr. Angel Mary Sam. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. May I now request Dr. Hari Krishna Verma, Head, Biomedical Technology Wing, to present the candidates for the degree of Doctor of Philosophy from the Biomedical Technology Wing and Hospital Wing of SCTIMST and MS in Bioengineering from Christian Medical College, Vellore.
I am proud to present 6 graduates from the Biomedical Technology Wing who have fulfilled the requirements and are found eligible for the PhD degree. May I request the Honorable President to award the PhD degree to Mr. Adarsh R.K. Dr. Amrita Nadarajan. Ms. Kirti S. Ms. Rashmi R. The following graduates have fulfilled the requirement and are found eligible but unable to be present today. Ms. Anju Surendranath, Mr. Rahul VG. One graduate who have fulfilled the requirement of PhD degree from Hospital Wing are found eligible for the PhD degree but unable to be present today. Ms. Mahalakshmi Ganju. One graduate from the Christian Medical College, Vellore, have fulfilled the requirements and found eligible for the degree of Master of Science in Bioengineering but unable to be present today. Mr. Sree Ramakrishnan. May I request Honorable President to award the degree to the above candidates in absentia. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. May I now request Professor Biju Soman, Head, Achyuta Menon Center for Health Science Studies, to present the candidates for the degree of Master of Public Health from Achyuta Menon Center for Health Science Studies.
I am proud to present 21 graduates from the Achyuta Menon Center for Health Science Studies who have fulfilled the requirements and are found eligible for the degree of Master of Public Health. May I request the Honorable President to award the degree of Master of Public Health to Dr. Afina Aziz. Dr. Alisha Khan, Dr. Anthony Paul P. Dr. Anupama M. Dr. Anusha CP, Dr. Aravind Chandru B, Dr. Balashankar JM, Dr. Bhavya Bensigir Fernandez, Dr. Dahe Amit Baba Saheb, Dr. Guru Prasad Vinod, Dr. Hanuda NK, Dr. Jasila A, Dr. Jerry Philip George, Dr. Karthi Vijay, Dr. Priya Babu, Dr. Rashmi Mohan, Dr. Sayan Roy, Dr. Sodi LB, Dr. Vikas R, the following graduates have fulfilled the requirements and are found eligible but unable to be present today. Dr. Harini R, Dr. Shruti Sarika. May I request the Honorable President to award the degree in absentia. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. May I now request Dr. Srinivasan K, Associate Dean, Health Science Studies, to present the candidates for the degree of Master of Public Health from Christian Medical College, Vellore, and Indian Institute of Public Health, Delhi.
I am proud to present 49 graduates from the Indian Institute of Public Health, Delhi, who have fulfilled the requirements and are found eligible for the degree of Master of Public Health. May I request the Honorable President to award the degree of Master of Public Health to Dr. Akansha Kumari, Dr. Alok, Dr. Amaljit A.B., Dr. Aritra Basu, Dr. Ashish Kumar, Ms. Dami Manju Hayat Singh, Dr. Diksha Verma, Dr. Pallavi Bagga, Dr. Parinita Burman, Dr. Poonam Singh, Dr. Prashasti Agarwal, Dr. Pratiksha Saxena, Dr. Priyanka Mishra, Ms. Priyanka Verma, Mr. Punit Singh Paul, Dr. R. Aishwarya, Dr. Ravi Mohan, Dr. Shahbaz Khan, Dr. Sheilja Walia, Ms. Shirja De, Shrija, Dr. Simran Sanoria, Dr. Sudarshan V, Dr. Sudipta Ghosh, Dr. Twinkle, Dr. Varsha Chauhan, Dr. Victor Panda. The following graduates have fulfilled the requirements of Master of Public Health and are found eligible but unable to be present today. Dr. Alan Noble John, Dr. Imanshu Sharma, Dr. Anjali V. Joseph, Dr. Anshul Yadav, Dr. Anvesa Devnath, Dr. Apurva Shukdev Bardwaj, Dr. Budi Appu, Dr. Devarun Paul, Dr. Ekta Nagori, Ms. Komal Priya, Dr. Madhurima Kundu, Dr. Neha Mohan, Ms. Pandey Shruti Ajay, Dr. Paridhi Agarwal, Dr. Patel Shubhangi Shabai, Dr. Pooja Bhatt, Dr. Ridhi Rahani, Dr. Sanchi Jain, Dr. Ms. Shagun Rana, Ms. Shabanvita Manna, Dr. Sunandita Sharma, Dr. Yachna Goyal, Dr. Yogita Datta. The following graduates from the Christian Medical College, Vellore, have fulfilled the requirements of Master of Public Health and are found eligible but unable to be present today. Dr. Meenakshi N, Dr. Shivam Anand Singh. May I request the Honorable President to award the degree in absentia. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. The conferment of the degree certificates is over.
May I now request our Honorable President and Member of Niti Ayog, Dr. Vijay Kumar Saraswat, to deliver the presidential address.
Namaskar, Vanakkam. In Malayalam, what do you say other than that? Okay. Let me start by greeting my very dear friend, colleague, Dr. Vinod Kumar Paul, member Niti Ayog, and formerly head of the Department of Pediatrics, All India Institute of Medical Science, Delhi, as honorable chief guest. Another good colleague and friend of mine, Dr. Rajesh Sudhir Gokhale, who is Secretary for Department of Biotechnology, Government of India, as honorable guest of honor. Professor Lalit Dandona, the G. Parsarthi orator, directors of the SCTIMST, directors and vice chancellors of various universities, members of the institute and governing bodies, fraternity of Sree Chitra, Tirunal Institute of Medical Science and Technology, graduates and their families, awardees of various certificates of merit, and members of the press. As president of SCTIMST Trivandrum, I extend a warm welcome to all of you on behalf of our institute. Your esteemed presence here has served to enhance the prestige of our institute. Our institute is just over 4 decades old. Despite its short period of existence, it has generated considerable impact on the national scene in the arenas of advanced clinical care, biomedical engineering and technology, as well as public health sciences. Despite its smaller size compared to the other institutes of national importance and its focused domains in the area of cardiac and neurosciences, the achievements and efforts of the institute are well exemplified in its upholding the NIRF ranking of 9th among all the medical institutes of the country in the year 22-23. Big applaud for this. The EduRank organization is an independent international university rating agency that rates universities based on 3 factors: research publications and citations, non-academic reputation, and the impact of notable alumni. I am proud to state that the biomedical engineering section, our institute was ranked number 1 in India and the 44th in Asia. I congratulate the entire fraternity, students and alumni of SCTIMST for their wonderful contributions that has led to this success. In the last 1 year, several other important milestones were achieved. Some of the noteworthy ones were as follows. Some of them were individually identified by our Honorable Director Sahab. The institute also retained its status as an institute of national importance by a gazette notification from the Ministry of Health. This ensures that the institute is empowered to create its own curriculum and new courses independent of the NMC approval. The combination devices block was commissioned after being inaugurated by Honorable Minister of Department of Science and Technology, Dr. Jitendra Singh. The process of shifting into the new building has just begun. I do hope that this serves to enhance the cooperation between several departments of the production of devices, will further enhance the concept of interdisciplinary endeavor and uphold our institute's ranking as being an institute having one of the best translational standards in India. It is heartening to note that the work on the new hospital block and the upcoming PMSSY building is now progressing in a time-bound manner. This ensures that we shall have a 9-floor ICU hospital with private patient rooms, operation theaters, and catheterization laboratories, and a parking lot and service block by the end of this financial year. This will make our institute one of the largest cardiac and neuroscience centers in India. Our institute has already established globally acceptable quality systems for its testing services so that its industrial partners and clients may use the test results for product certification abroad, like CE marking and the US FDA approval. This effort became successful in 2003 when the Lee Comité Francaise d'Accreditation, COFRAC of France, a founding member of the International Laboratory Accreditation Corporation, ILAC, certified the institute's testing services. Since then, almost all major medical device industries in India have been beneficiaries of the institute's testing services. It is heartening to note that COFRAC and NABH accreditation process have been completed this year also, and no major deficiencies in the services being rendered was noted. The institute has set up entities like the Technology Proving Facility to smoothen the scaling up process during the transfer of know-how to the industry. The extension of this endeavor is well-functioning technology business incubator, TIMED, that encourages several startup companies to showcase their products, and as a result, several new technologies are being commercialized. I congratulate the staff and students for their exemplary patient care, for winning several national and international awards and patents, and for organizing several educational conclaves, workshops, and initiatives during the year. About 1,59,891 patients of cardiac and neurological sciences and related disorders were treated on an outpatient basis, and about 11,497 were treated as inpatients in cardiac and neurosciences in the last year in this 253-bedded hospital. 3,559 surgeries were performed, and around 4,310 advanced interventional procedures were conducted during the year. On the academic side, 261 scientific publications in various national and international journals were published with an average impact factor of 4.7432. The institute received a total of rupees 11.82 crores as extramural grants. The extramural grants were worth about 9.85 crores for the hospital wing and AMCHSS projects. The extramural grant from the BMT wing amounted to about 1.97 crores. The total number of patents granted during the year included 32 Indian and 2 international patents. 25 Indian patents and 1 foreign patent were filed during the period. 17 design registrations were obtained. The institute has been responsible for the emergence of several patents and commercially competent technologies. In the last 2 years, 8 technology transfers took place. These include a non-metallic liquid embolic agent as a permanent implant to occlude abnormal blood vessels, for which the scientists and the doctors won a national award. Drug-eluting calcium sulfate cement, automatic trash bin for disinfection, infect warming wrapper, COVID RT-PCR kit, flow diverter stent, and atrial septal defect closure device. I congratulate both the inventors and the companies for taking up the challenge for developing and disseminating these indigenous products for our patients in India. Several new interventions were also started by the Health Sciences wing of the institute. The transcatheter aortic valve replacement will benefit a large number of patients. The conduction system pacing and cryoablation for atrial fibrillation, the non-fluoroscopic closure of the atrial septal defect, the heart in pregnancy clinic for both mothers and the children, and the start of the Fontan clinic are some of the unique and outstanding achievements in cardiac sciences. The outstanding work on the stroke care, the record number of deep brain stimulation surgeries for Parkinson's diseases, and surgery for epilepsy makes this perhaps the largest center in India for the treatment of functional neurological disorders. The work on computational fluid dynamics, microvascular anastomosis, and endoscopic skull-based surgery ranks among the most innovative surgeries in India. The Department of Imaging Sciences and the Interventional Radiology developed a comprehensive portal for dural arteriovenous fistula management and research for the institute with the help of the computer division. Pericoronary fat estimation tool was initiated in the department for prognostication of the coronary artery disease. Arterial interventions via popliteal artery was started in the department. Varicose vein embolization via glue was also started in the department. The Department of Transfusion Medicine has done exemplary work on the voluntary blood donation. The introduction of newer ELISA test and the immunohistochemistry in pathology, new biochemistry test by the Department of Biochemistry, and a new antibiotic policy for the institute by the Department of Microbiology need to be acknowledged. The energy conservation initiatives by the Division of Clinical Engineering and the new patient portal developed by the Computer Division are exemplary contributions. The work on the Mycobacterium tuberculosis that WHO has affirmed the development of various neuroprosthetic devices and surgical instrumentation. The biological innovations and on-the-spot testing devices for an early detection of infections, various blood-based biosensors, and outstanding testing facilities of biomedical and biological products are some of the contributions of Chitra Health Sciences and Biomedical Technology teams working in unison. In the public health wing, the work on the medical ethics and the gender studies, biostatistics, large data management, health system transformation, portals, community outreach for prevention of non-communicable diseases, the development of psychometric tools, and the usage of digital technologies for the mitigation of health inequalities are outstanding contributions. More than 65 awards have been won by the students in various national and international conferences. The wonderful support provided by the nursing, technical, and administrative and paramedical staff in these achievements has to be gratefully acknowledged. I also congratulate the fraternity of the Institute for the new initiatives undertaken, like I'm glad to note that the steps to the senior staff selection flexible complementing promotion scheme, junior staff selection process and recruitment of temporary staff have been regularized, and several fresh recruitments and promotions have taken place at several levels within the institute. The new initiatives of creation of a portal for the systematic follow-up of the patients in the outpatient clinic, as well as the enhancement of the outreach of the institute by upgrading of the telemedicine consultation for patients has considerably helped in their seeking help from their own homes and not having to come all the way to the institute. The accounts software of the institute linked to single treasury account adopted this year, as well as the considerable enhancement in the government e-market. Reservation has been adopted in Group A posts as per the Government of India norms. Implementing reservation in promotion to persons with benchmark disabilities has been adopted. The successful implementation of Ayushman Bharat scheme and the implementation and the empanelment of the SCTIMST approved by GB has been undertaken. This has benefited a large number of poor patients. The total number of patients that has benefited from this program since its start has been 4,919. The total money spent for this benevolent scheme of the central government has been about 47.01 crores. This has considerably helped the poorer section of the society seek treatment which they previously could not afford. This has also meant that the poorer sections of the society can seek sophisticated interventions in the cardiac and neuroscience domains. For the first time among medical institutions in India, the 5-year integrated course of DM or MCH with PhD has been started. For the biomedical technology wing, a 2-year MS program has been started. Intramural funds for the faculty members fostering DM, MCH students for research and PhD fellowships have been initiated. The affiliation of our affiliated MPH programs with various universities has been renewed. The efforts of the Hindi cell has resulted in our obtaining 80% proficiency in Hindi among all our employees. The Department of Science and Technology and governing body, institute body, have kindly given permission to increase the number of senior residents in DM, MCH, PDF, PDCC disciplines in various departments, and the increase in these seats will be reflected in the next academic recruitments. I congratulate all the editors and contributors of the newly started Sree Chitra journal, Opinions in Medical Sciences, Technology, Health. This will go a long way in raising academic standards of our institute in the niche areas it is known for. I also acknowledge the efforts taken by the editors in bringing out our institute's regular newsletters in Hindi and English, Chitra Dhwani and Chitralekha. I am also grateful to the State Bank of India for donating an ambulance for field work as well as for upgrading its facility in the hospital wing of the institute based on its corporate social responsibility funds. I extend my heartiest congratulations to all faculty members whose innovative work will be acknowledged at this convocation. I also congratulate all winners of the certificates of merit in various fields. It is because of the personal contributions and dedicated efforts of the entire team that SCTIMST holds a position of such high esteem in India and also internationally. George Stillman Hillard once said, "Excellence is to be attained only by active effort and not by passive impressions, by the manly overcoming of difficulties, by patient struggle against adverse circumstances, by the thrifty use of moderate opportunities. The great were not rocked and dandled into eminence, but they attained it by the course of labor and discipline." To unquote him, I would like to quote here a thing which was actually told by Swami Vivekananda, but never it got recognition. It says, he says, success is like an iceberg. You can see only the tip of the iceberg, but you see down below a huge amount of ice. In life, success, if you are to achieve the tip, you have to go through the ladders of this iceberg. And those ladders indicate hard work, your resistance to failure, to cope with failures, your research, development, innovation, compassion, working together, and taking your vision to reality through a dedicated effort. All this, you graduates who are now coming out from this institute will have to demonstrate to reach the tip of the iceberg. There are tough times ahead. All the major institutes, both in health sciences and technology, are working hard to rise up to the initiative of Atmanirbhar Bharat or self-reliant India in the field of biomedical technology. Therefore, SCTIMST will no longer enjoy the exclusivity it previously enjoyed in this field. Funding has become more competitive, as every other institute is also applying for it, with the stringent regulations in vivo products are getting more difficult to produce, test, and to commercialize. In this context, the NITI Aayog has recommended the draft of the new Drugs, Medical Devices and Cosmetics Bill 22, brought out by the Ministry of Health, that will give an exclusive set of rules for the medical device development. This will give an impetus to the development of medical devices and facilitate their faster testing and translation. To achieve global competence, the institute should work towards knowledge-based multidisciplinary growth characterized by its ability to create wealth from knowledge. It should be able to meet global standards in the development of its products and services. Every faculty member should reach out to the industry and other players in diverse fields to cooperate on funding for their innovations, as well as to establish a multidisciplinary approach to scientific and technological advancement being brought about by them. Once again, I wish all the graduates my very best wishes and hearty congratulations. The stature of any institute is determined by the success and integrity of the alumni. I hope and pray that you will, at every moment of your life henceforth, cherish the exposure that you have obtained here and do your best to uphold the exacting standards that you were exposed to during your training. I wish this convocation my very best wishes. May it ignite young minds towards a focused and amalgamated approach to the field of health sciences, public health, and biomedical technology department. Thank you very much. Wish you all the best. Namaskar.
Thank you, sir. May I now invite our eminent guest of honor, Dr. Rajesh S. Gokhale, Secretary, Department of Biotechnology, Government of India, to deliver his address.
Namaskaram and greetings to all of you. Honorable President of the Institute, Dr. Vijay Kumar Saraswat, Member Niti Aayog, Government of India, Honorable Chief Guest, Dr. Vinod Kumar Paul, Member Niti Aayog, Government of India, G. Parthasarthi Orator, Dr. Lalit Dandona, Distinguished Research Professor, Public Health Foundation of India, Director of Institute, Professor Sanjay Bihari, former directors of prestigious institute, governing body members, deans, former and current employees of institute, the medical fraternity and the research community, the vibrant SCTIMST academic community, proud parents, and above all, the showstoppers, our degree awardees. First and foremost, congratulations and well done. I would say consider today as your Natu movement, where you are bustling with energy and enthusiasm, charged up to embark upon a new journey from tomorrow. Occasions such as these fill me with nostalgia as I stand amidst this vibrant youth, not that I consider myself old any longer. I am reminded of my journey. These breakers are also good opportunity to pause in our hectic lives and reflect upon the directions we are heading to. And therefore, I'm thankful to President of STIMST, Honorable Dr. Saraswat, a very distinguished technocrat, and the passionate Director, Professor Bihari, for bestowing me with this honor and privilege to share some of my experiences and thoughts with you. As I began thinking about preparing for this address, I started recollecting my convocation address at IIT Bombay. And if I could learn from those experiences that could benefit me in delivering this lecture, I very soon realized, to be very honest to you, I do not remember even a single word from that address today, actually. This liberated realization eventually enabled me to prepare this lecture without any fear that I am not going to inadvertently influencing your minds and would not get blamed for diverting you from the goals of your promising careers ahead. And so therefore, I have decided in these amazing backwaters to engage in a small talk, Dil Se, where we can connect to the reality, the challenges we face, and perhaps make an attempt to think how we can change the situation with our tiny efforts. I thought of talking to you about the key complex concept that I've been deliberating upon these days and would like all of you to think about, which is the challenge of middle income trap. These are hypothetical traps that countries get ensnared with due to several internal contradictions and paradoxical situations. Let me expand on this concept and give you a little bit perspective about it. This term was first coined in 2006 by World Bank economists Indermeet Gill and Homi Kharas and was used to describe why a developing country with a fast-growing economy finds it difficult to eventually break into the rank of rich nations. For example, was promising economies like Mexico, Brazil, and Turkey could never attain the prosperity of Western Europe or Japan because they fell into what is tentatively described as middle income trap. I believe that this also happens with institutions, with companies, and sometimes with individuals as well, actually. You get into this trap of a middle income which survives around its own challenges and problems and continues to circulate around it. Frankly, the question that has been debated since then is that whether to consider this as an evidence to support the existence of such a trap, or if so, what can middle income countries do to spring free of it? The World Bank currently classifies 107 countries at middle income. They have combined GDP of about 31 trillion and a population of 5.7 billion people. And that's probably holds the largest part of the world, actually. The context in each country is so diverse that it is not surprising that the question of what drives middle income growth has no easy answers. The question for all of us to think about is how can a developing country like India with the fastest growing economy, fifth largest economy by nominal GDP, and the third largest by the purchase power parity, should do such that we don't get ensnared into this trap, actually. And we continue to grow in a way that actually becomes what Amrit Kal is being talked about by Honorable Prime Minister. While there are no real solutions how to escape this hypothetical trap, there are many propositions. For example, the Asian Development Bank has found that the unequal income distribution is one of the key drivers of middle income trap and suggests higher investments in human capital to escape it. What I am almost certain that only policy and process optimization are not going to be sufficient for this. And in my opinion, I very strongly believe that only the technologically empowered India can escape this trap. And that too, if we overcome our prejudices during the so-called Amrit Kal. There are two cardinal reasons to discuss this important concept with several of you actually who are coming from as budding professionals and researchers trained in Sree Chitra Tirunal Institute for Medical Sciences or from other affiliated institutions. You have acquired wealth of knowledge and skills. And I'm sure you'll be able to make use of your technical knowledge. However, I believe that just utilizing these skill sets in this ever-challenging world with the rising societal expectations, it is becoming essential that professionals contribute across cross-cutting interventions to tackle complex challenges of the country. I think it's no more sufficient to really survive in your own cocoons and think that the problem starts there and problem ends there. It's important to look beyond this. And I think that's what probably is going to be the future of the whole entire nation's perspective. Clearly, you can see the effective measures adopted by our government during the COVID pandemic led by Honorable Prime Minister along with relatively small community of scientists, health professionals, biotech companies is something to be proud about. In fact, Honorable Dr. Vinod Paul, who played an important role, is here with us. And I'm sure you'll hear a lot of important things from him in this part of it actually. I must say that I'm proud of efforts put together by Department of Biotechnology and the public sector undertaking company, BIRAC. We now have the capacity and capability in the country to produce vaccine using any platform technology, whether it's DNA, RNA, protein subunit, inactivated virus, or vector-based, that can be delivered through intradermal, intramuscular, or nasal route. The whole challenge lies with us is how can we reconfigure these technologies for other diseases such that we can solve the problems of our country. The INSACOG genomic surveillance to track virus variants is unprecedented in the country, and we could match the best standards of the world in the nationwide tracking of COVID. There are many learnings from these, and we need to capitalize to solve our problems. For example, a major health problem plaguing our country for decades has been tuberculosis, actually. In fact, TB is a classical case of being ensnared in what could be described as middle income trap, actually. You know, very often, problems like this move faster than what we can reconfigure ourselves, actually. They keep changing the paradigms. I mean, the challenge in TB, for example, the two biggest problems are multi-drug resistance or the drug resistance issue and the extrapulmonary tuberculosis manifestations that is increasing at a much rapid pace than what it was considered to be a disease of lung, pulmonary disease, actually. DBT, in its endeavor, is trying to develop a catalog of existing and emerging resistant mutations by performing whole genome sequencing of more than 30,000 Mycobacterium tuberculosis strains from active TB patients to develop a centralized biorepository of both database and the mycobacterial strains in India. This will help to map the genetic diversity of pulmonary and extrapulmonary isolates and will also associate treatment outcomes. It will identify association of mutations of MTBC to the drug-resistant patterns and could provide by new means of identification through AI-based technologies, actually, which can rapidly put to use in the future perspective. TB is also another example of how old paradigms get stuck with us for very long periods of time. You know, for example, it is an age-old notion that poverty and poor nutrition are the major causes of TB, actually. And however, the current statistics reveal that people in the age group between 15 and 30, in fact, are the 1/3 of the total disease burden in the country, 15 and 30. This is neither an age of weak immunity, nor is an age of where they're likely to get inadequate nutrition, because the hunger deaths now is a reality in the country, actually. We have no more hunger deaths, and so poverty is not to the level that we don't have quality food. Thus, one needs to examine this in the context of new data. One must take into account that host pathogen dynamics is constantly co-evolving, and we have learned this lesson in the recent coronavirus in the last 2 years itself, that how many times we have to reconfigure the host pathogen interactions and their co-evolutionary processes. Therefore, my recommendation to all of you, the young graduates, is to focus on real-world challenges actually that require intelligent, analytical, forward-looking thinking rather than just getting embroiled in traditional mundane issues where you continue to think and survive in a very smaller space actually. Life is multi-directional, full of opportunities. All that is needed is to open outlook and willingness to accept life's fluidity. A single track mindset with no plan B might not be a great idea. Let me share my personal experience because that's the easiest way to highlight these aspects. I was always, as a young child, interested and fascinated by sports and then academics, and like all young boys in the country, wanted to pursue cricket. I used to bowl fast, and even today I think I had a good chance to make it at this stage. But the dream never materialized. There was no IPL existing at that stage probably to get more and more people to look at it. So I wanted to have my career and pursue my sports at the same time. I decided to venture with an idea of joining Indian Air Force. And in fact, I got through National Defense Academy. And so the process was handed over eventually. During the medical stage, I was handed over the spectacles actually. And the chance was I was stumped again. And this misadventure even resulted in a gap year for me. Such moments in life cannot be described in words. You feel it's the end of our world. And therefore, I would suggest that think, be open, and press the reset button all the time actually. Don't be afraid to press these reset buttons. I used my spectacles to complete my chemistry honors and then climb through the ladders of academics back again. Experiences at diverse institutions taught me incredible lessons. IIT experience was all about confidence and persuasion. Believe me, there are no better people in IITs than their ability to pursue even small things. They have the students learn very early in their times actually. At Indian Institute of Science, I was mentored to ask the right question and understand how niche areas are important to create. And eventually at Stanford University, I learned how to appreciate and solve complex problems. Training in West motivates you to be very entrepreneurial in the approach, where they put resources and people together very quickly without any prejudices actually. A feel-good factor at the workplace enhances employers' productivity, be it a janitor or CEO. They're all treated with the same level, and I think all of you must accept this fact. All these learnings helped me to develop discovery research program in the field of TB. We discovered several important areas of lipids and waxy coat of bacteria, a hallmark of Mycobacterium tuberculosis over the years. However, making clinical impact in TB, I realize, is very complex. There are many edifices that are guarding their own fortresses, and so I decided to take another turn in my career and therefore started directions in an area of an untouched area of vitiligo, which is an autoimmune disease of skin. In fact, I'm very happy to say that with a decade of research in my lab, my first student eventually decided to start a startup company. And in fact, that company is for a new drug, doing a phase 2 clinical trial right now of a new molecule. And I'm hoping that this first-in-class potential drug could be a game changer in affected patients who suffer from the constant fear of psychological stress. So my again request to you in this part is please remember, always be ready to press the reset button in your life. Very rarely you'll follow a trajectory which is linearly defined. Entrepreneurial skill sets, I believe, are going to be even more important in the future of healthcare industry, which is changing too rapidly. As is evident from the current trends prevalent in the West, the current healthcare systems are extremely stressed due to increasing expenditure, reduced life expectancy. All the West countries, in fact, have reduced life expectancy and the deteriorated health outcomes. All, in fact, together resulting in a failed business model, actually. So the business model by itself is under stress, actually. We should aim towards a more futuristic healthcare system because if you want to imagine, even at any given point of time, we require about a 0.01% of people to be hospitalized. You can imagine that we can't have tertiary care hospitals that can take care of these challenges. And therefore, we need to transit from a reactive medicine to a proactive health, which is actually the world where the world is transiting at a very, very rapid pace. Healthcare may be, and this may happen in healthcare systems sooner than what you think. In fact, it could move from the institutions and hospitals and may walk into your homes the way Amazon has built their carriers through their mechanisms be able to look at. The meteoric rise and spread of digital technologies, including artificial intelligence, it is likely that the ailing person seeking health services can take decisions for his treatment at home using the data captured in the medical grade devices. Believe me, it may happen sooner than what we all think actually, because the world is changing faster than ever. As Abraham Lincoln said, the best way to predict the future is to create it and adopt innovative measures to create sustainable future. The climate change, unsustainable pattern of material consumption, resource utilization, and waste generation are global threats and require concerted sustainable intervention. Biotechnology is certainly emerging as a key discipline that will build the future of next technology actually. And I'm certain about it that the promising approaches of flexible engineering design, reclaiming resources, reclaiming the waste streams, and ability to effectively utilize in situ resources is probably the future of what industries would look like actually. This motivates us to embark on a paradigm shift from biomanufacturing that proposes a great potential by being amenable to innovation, energy efficient, and causing reduced pollution. It uses biological systems, including microbes, cells, and enzymes, to produce commercially relevant products used in diverse sectors, whether it's food, therapeutics, materials, chemicals, etc. I'll be surprised if the food industry and agri-food industry would only survive in the future, in the present model in 2050s actually. You won't have, there'll be shrinking rice fields, crops, there'll be more demand for rice, and obviously the food packaging industry would actually become a much important source through the biomanufacturing programs actually. The Department of Biotechnology therefore envisaged to bring together scientific and technology advancement by fostering high-performance biomanufacturing initiative in the country. Future food will no longer come only from farms, but will also be procured from designer microbial cells. Chemicals from petroleums may soon become a thing of past, and instead we'll strive to promote alternate fermentation-based bioengineering route to replace the chemical industry that produces 70 to 80,000 molecules needed for various sectors. Dear friends, during your tenure, you're going to see even more dramatic changes in the world, harder to predict and difficult for society to accept. And my suggestion, therefore, is be part of this change so that you are better suited to adapt and create better conditions for the future growth of the country. Finally, to all graduates, my sincere recommendation is to go out and touch the lives of people in whatever capacity you can do. Your intelligence, your ability to do hard work, and the education you have earned empowers you to identify yourself with the people who are not as fortunate. The way you react and interact are all very important in future. I'm sure many of you will have an opportunity to transform this world, and that's the true essence of the graduation day. I once again wish you all the very best in the life ahead. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for sharing the pride of the NATO movement of our new graduates. Your message inspired us to use our skill sets to their best and to soar high and rise above the middle income trap by focusing on real world challenges. May I now request our Honorable Chief Guest, Dr. Vinod Kumar Paul, Member, Niti Aayog, Government of India, to deliver the convocation address.
Namaste, good morning. Honorable President of Sree Chitra, Dr. Vijay Kumar Saraswati, my very distinguished senior colleague, my friend, philosopher and guide at Niti Aayog, the Missile Man, Padma Shree, Padma Bhushan, a big hand to our dear President. Respected Dr. Rajesh Gokhleji, Secretary, Department of Biotechnology, and for a very inspiring speech. Thank you indeed. Thank you. Professor Sanjay Bihari, Director of the Institute, Dr. Lalit Dandona ji, distinguished orator of the day for G. Parthasarthi oration, former directors of this esteemed institution, alumni, deans, faculty of the institute, graduates, parents, nursing staff, the technical staff, and all the other staff of this institution, friends. It's my true privilege and honor to be here with you at the convocation of the 39th batch of the graduates today. Sree Chitra Institute of Medical Sciences and Technology is a lasting testimony to the visionary foresight of the founding fathers, founding mothers of this institute, in particular, Professor M.S. Valethanji, and also particularly the royal family of Travancore, who conceived this wonderful temple of learning and science. You are a tribute to a very unique model in health sciences. A hospital of excellence, a biomedical engineering system, and public health. It's a unique blend which has always fascinated people like us who have seen the growth of this institution over the last 4 decades. As a high-end medical center, your hospital stands as a beacon of hope and succor and trust to thousands who come here, not only from this part of the country, but from all over the country and indeed beyond the shores of India. And I'm very proud to learn today in detail the various achievements in various spheres at length from the wonderful speech of the director and of the Honorable President. This mix of achievements is truly unique, and I do not know whether any other institution can boast of this bouquet of products that you have delivered in your own way, sir. Public health, devices, patents, solutions, and then of course high-end care with pushing the frontier, which has been pushed to the cutting-edge frontiers by your faculty and your teams. I feel truly humbled indeed, and to be privileged to have been invited to be here amongst you at this convocation today. I had the opportunity to visit this campus, but on the other side, the child SAT and CDC area, and I have watched this institution at that time with great awe. Because, sir, Honorable President, sir, pediatrician or neonatologist या neurologist or cardiologist के सामने कुछ नहीं होते. So I walked past, bowed in respect to this institution, and worked with wonderful teams in the adjoining institutions. Well, dear faculty and colleagues, let me begin by congratulating the students and scholars who are receiving their degrees today, and those who are going to receive the awards, I guess. The convocation marks the fruition of your hard work and also of your transition from being learners to being professionals of a certain level who will continue to learn further. But you achieve a milestone which is marked today by receiving the degree that the faculty has found you fit for. You now don the mantle of super specialists and the doctorates, having reached that new benchmark in your life, and that you have achieved this through your hard work and your commitment to serve the nation, serve humanity in a certain special way. But never forget the role played by your parents in this regard. Today, your parents' wishes and prayers have been answered. We are what we are because of our parents. Therefore, I charge you all that you will never overlook the noble responsibility of your parents in their old age. Would you give me that promise? I'm seeking a promise. Loud? Yes? Yes? And a big hand to the parents who are present here. Having acquired the Sree Chitra brand by the dint of your ability and hard work, you are now expected, in all seriousness, to uphold the idealism and the expectations and the stature that it symbolizes. Sree Chitra brand is not easy to acquire. You are lucky, you are fortunate. It has changed your life for sure. There has to be a lifelong commitment for you to uphold the expected excellence and values that this institution represents. And that indeed is the rightful Guru Dakshana that your teachers expect from you. So big hand to our teachers. Thank you, teachers, and thank you, parents, for shaping your wards and your students for the nation and for the humanity. As I said, I marvel at the model that has been created, the model that of blending public health, clinical care, and engineering sciences, broadly speaking, that created this institution. And I like to see it being advanced, and I like to see that by 2030, there are similar institutions, at least 5 in our nation, sir, Honorable President, sir, in our nation. Because you have demonstrated the success of this model, that we create science solutions, we can connect them to clinical sciences and clinical care, and also we can connect and offer solutions for public health. So I'm very proud of this model and like to see that such model, such institutions, at least 5 of them, emerge by the year 2030. Let me now share with you very important and significant achievements and progress that has taken place in the sphere of medical sciences, in particular, human resources for medical sciences to start with. On health sector, this period of the last 9 years has been an amazing golden phase in which we have seen the emergence of Ayushman Bharat Pradhan Mantri Jan Arogya Yojana, the universal health coverage scheme that covers almost 67 crore people of India, almost half. The national scheme envisaged coverage for about 500 million people, but the state governments through their own resources have topped it up. And today, therefore, half of India is technically covered for secondary and tertiary care through a cashless and through a paperless mechanism. This is a huge, huge achievement. And I'm so delighted that you play your rightful role, and I like to see that role expanding, because in the paradigm of universal health coverage, the country has set out in a particular direction. The states have joined, and some states actually had created the model for us to follow from the union government, but the path is set, and the future belongs to health assurance for all, and we need to continue that journey. Another important development in that regard is the creation of 150,000, 1.5 lakh health and wellness centers that constitute the primary care foundation of India. Indeed, this number is 1,56,000 at the last count. These health and wellness centers are the transformed sub-centers and primary health centers, but not just in name, but in services. In this short period of less than 5 years, 150,000 mid-level providers called community health officers have been deployed in these institutions. For a smaller country, imagine 150,000 would mean what? What level of transformation is that? For our nation, it fulfills our expectation of covering about 7,000 to 8,000 population with a mid-level provider, an additional worker, an additional health professional who typically is a graduate nurse with special training, BSc nurse. So these jobs have been created, and this foundation of health and wellness centers has been loaded with a very competent mid-level provider to provide a bouquet of curative services, health promotion activities, as well as for public health action. And this journey has just begun, and I expect Achyuta Menon Center to play an important role in building on what has already been achieved and to place on top important models, in particular the non-communicable disease and care of the elderly and palliation, for which Kerala is so well known. I may also inform you that in the span of 9 years, there is a 78% increase in medical colleges. 78%. From 387 medical colleges, sir, we are now at 692. And we are now dominated clearly by the government medical colleges, a ratio that has been now corrected, the reverse other ratio of more private colleges which came up, which was fine in its own way. But now the government medical colleges dominate. A significant part of this has come from 157 new medical colleges that have come up through the grant of the union government through a special program. But in the bargain, what is amazing for future is the following. The MBBS seats have doubled. 51,300 seats is what we had in 2013, 2014. And today we have 1,05,858 seats, double. We have crossed 1 lakh MBBS seats today. This calls for an applause. And the reason is that our journey toward optimum number of doctors has to be intensified and accelerated. We already have reached a point for practical purposes where the WHO's thin, lean ratio of 1 doctor per 1,000 has been achieved. We believe it has been achieved by the increasing number of graduates. We think it has been achieved. And also, if we add Ayush doctors, the entire fraternity of Ayush physicians, which are close to about 6 lakh, in fact, then our ratio is 1.38 per 1,000. So we are fine at that level. But that's not the aspiration of India. Our aspiration is to be at the table where developed nations sit. And those ratios are not 1 per 1,000 for doctors. They are 2, 3 per 1,000. So we now need to move in that direction. And there, creating this pipeline of 1 lakh plus seats is so very important. And I'd like us to play a rightful role in different ways in ensuring capacity, quality, and the correct further development of these doctors and their deployment. So doubling of undergraduate seats. For postgraduate seats, sir, in fact, we have done better than doubling. It's 113% increase under the leadership of the Honorable Prime Minister. From 31,000 seats or 32,000 seats, today we are 67,000 seats, 66,600 seats to be precise. I want to emphasize in this institution primarily delivering on the postgraduate and super postgraduate training to let you know that while our journey for creating the pipeline for doctors, as I said, is moving well, but our challenge for specialists is huge. Typically, we have 2 specialists where we should have 10. Typical. If I look at how many years it will take with the current pipeline for psychiatrists, let's say, to be in the middle countries, LMICs, median of 2, we will take 20 years, but we need them today. But if we want to aspire to be in the company of the richest nations, the OPEC nations, then it will take us 36 years. The short point I'm making is that our postgraduate training pipeline has to be accelerated, strengthened, enhanced. We need these specialists today. But if not today, what is it that we can achieve by 2035 and 2040 and beyond is what I'd like us to consider. So the specialties that you deal with, how many cardiac surgeons should we have by 2035? You should think about and tell us how, as a fraternity of neuroscientists and cardiac sciences, you will advise us to create that pipeline. We do not have a vibrant, optimum pipeline as yet for postgraduate training program. We have done the advances. This is historic, more than doubling of PG seats, but a lot more needs to be done. And here I want to remind you that in addition to the INI and NMC system, which works through institutions of this nature, there is an additional system of training of postgraduates through the National Board of Examinations for Medical Sciences, where any non-teaching or a teaching hospital of a certain size with certain quantum of work can be a teaching institution. That's how the training happens in the UK, in any case, because postgraduate training is by apprenticeship. It's really not in the classroom, so to say. It's in the outpatient, it's in the casualty, in the emergency room, in the autopsy room, and in the operation theaters. I like us to think about how to add the energies of any hospital specialty to be able to contribute toward the specialty training, and please help them. If in your town there is an NBE program in neurology, for example, can you help those students to also get an exposure in your spare time or a free time or in even a formal way that you can do, because it's about India. The institutions we have are for India, not for MCI system alone. So I urge you to think about how this further strengthening of PG system and super specialty system can be enhanced, and you play the rightful role and do not think of sleeping as yet, because so much of workforce still needs to be created, and that's my moot point that I am referring to. Having achieved doubling of the PG system, but also have a concern that some of the super specialty seats are going vacant, and please think about why cardiac surgery seats are going vacant. What is your advice to us, to people like Dr. Saraswat? What do? We are creating surplus capacity, or is it something else? I need an answer, because I relentlessly worked as BOG president to enhance super specialty wherever possible, and then you get this backlash of finding empty seats from both the NB system and the NMC system and INI system, and it's worrying. Why are students not interested in taking these tough specialties? Are you guys scared of picking up specialties which need harder work? Why everybody wants easy specialties? Our fraternity should think about it. By the way, the easy one, the most popular one, Dr. Gokhale, is skin. You refer to vitiligo as a problem, so there are some issues around it. Having said that, I also like to inform you that in this period of time, telemedicine has become a norm. Under the leadership of the Prime Minister, eSanjeevani has clocked 9.2 crore consultations through more than 2 lakh providers. I like to see more role being played. I'm referring to a few asks that I have. So my request would be for you to consider playing a somewhat more role. I heard a bit less, maybe it was in the speech, that's the way it was, but I think you can do more. You can do more by way of telemedicine and by way of your digital systems. I think that requires strengthening. Let me now move to the technology side. I also want to add that 157 new nursing colleges are going to come up in 2 years in the existing medical colleges as co-located medical colleges. I like to add that the 22 AIMSs are up and running, most of them, and few more will become fully operational. So a huge change in the space of human resources for health. It's been a great 9 years of the Prime Minister's government. I like to point out here that in the space of diagnostics, India has a huge potential. For some reason, I didn't hear diagnostics coming out from this institute. Maybe they did, but I didn't catch. That's not the issue. The issue here is the potential that our nation has. In the wake of COVID-19, there was no diagnostic test anybody developed. Then we started to develop. Every test was from an imported kit. But the DBT institutions rose, ICMR institutions rose to the occasion, and the industry rose to the occasion. Here is the report card. Ultimately, 224 RT-PCR kits and 66 RAT kits were approved in India. Okay, almost 300, let's say. 78% of them were Indian. And at least half of this happened in a matter of 3 months of the pandemic. This is the overall report card. The point I'm making, sir, is the potential that exists in our, and a lot of it came from academia as well. And lot was there in the industry as the base on which you could build so rapidly. When the need arose, India delivered 300 successful kits and had a capacity at one time to do 40 million tests per month, and so on. And as I said, 78% of these were India made, and India conducted 94 crore tests, as you are aware of. The story of vaccines is relatively better known. As Dr. Gokhale said, we created vaccines for practically all platforms. You heard the names of the platforms. We licensed 8 vaccines. No other nation has all the platforms that we know of in public domain. They may have it in their laboratories, and no other nation licensed as many as 8 vaccines produced on their soil as India did. 8 vaccines produced on Indian soil. A total capacity to produce more than 5 billion doses per annum, perhaps even more, if should we need. I'm glad that the official closure on the pandemic has happened yesterday, but the fact remains that this is the level of potential that you have. But remember, we don't become heroes from zero. Guys, you're listening? It's for you. No nation, no institution, the success to which Dr. Behari referred to you, and also the Honorable President referred, doesn't happen automatically. You're always riding the shoulders of the giants, your predecessors. It happened because India had a base. India already had a vaccine program, in a way, vaccine production program, which is serving 60% of childhood vaccines. But then, it's not the same thing to have a new vaccine. Nobody knew it'll work. Several vaccines did not work. Many vaccines did not work. They didn't go beyond the lab. But India delivered because we had sufficient base. It's about optimum base and optimum capability through which you rise to the occasion. India's medical devices market stood at $10.36 billion US dollars in 2020. The market is expected to grow at a rate of 37% to reach a benchmark of 50 billion US dollars by 2025. So you are in a great space where huge scope is building up and has built up. And in that regard, the government of India has taken several initiatives that are of essence to you directly or indirectly. Firstly, just a week ago, the government announced National Medical Devices Policy 2023, which helps us to promote research and development. And in the component on the research and development, we are talking about structured interaction of academia and industry. So time is ripe now to even do this interaction more formally and much more facilitated by the government as a commitment to create products. It talks about, secondly, it talks about establishment of centers of excellence to support product development and their validation. I'll come to validation in a short while again. Third, it talks about creating innovation hubs, with startups, with institutions, and with technology systems and organizations where you could plug and play. So please use this opportunity that would emerge on the scene. And also, it talks about convergence of various systems that are facilitating this sector, say BIRAC on the one hand, is another one, Agni and startup initiatives and so on. So there are these levers that are going to be available for your creativity to move in the direction of products that will serve the people. In addition, a draft policy for research and development and innovation in pharma and medtech sector is in the offing. It could be announced anytime soon. There are production-linked incentive schemes for pharmaceuticals and medical devices, and we are establishing bulk drug and medtech parks. 4 medtech parks are being established. In addition, Honorable President referred to the new drugs, medical devices, and cosmetics bill, which will create a more smooth, facilitatory regulatory system for us, and so on. The short point that I'm making is, on the relevant fronts, the sectors that concern us in this room today, there are transformative policy changes that are happening. So you are in the right space, but we expect you to use these emerging opportunities to play a bigger role. Your role is not confined to the walls of this institution. Like I say for my institution, AIMS, your role is national, and that we should never forget. Let me, before I move toward conclusion, have a few asks for you, sir, and the President. One, as I said, can we multiply 5 times the model of Sri Chitra of public health, engineering sciences, and clinical care? But at the same time, I expect you to expand. I like you to, why are we confined to only 4 major disciplines? Medical, surgical put together, 2 each, broadly. Would you like to consider that you're now ready to increase the scope, maybe nephrological sciences, urological sciences, I don't know. I leave it to you, but think about it. We can't be static. Dil mange more. देश मांगे मोर, ये ऐसे कैसे चलेगा? तो आप ये सोचिए कि इसको कैसे बढ़ाना. I'm so happy that a new block is coming up, and that should fulfill part of the journey. And you only have 40 DM and MCH seats. Why? 40? Why not 140? So please think about it. I'm challenging you, because that pipeline for super specialists is weak. For nephrologists, I'm going not very accurate, but perhaps it's going to take 50 years to have enough nephrologists. If I add the number of seats that the entire nation has under NMC and NBE together, someday I can give a more cogent talk on this one. Human resources in the higher end care is a huge challenge. In another forum, I would talk also about family medicine physicians, but today, in this audience, we are looking at cutting edge, high-end sciences, medical sciences, and so on. I also like us to consider, dear faculty, an increasing role that you may like to play in medical value tourism, or medical value travel, or simply put, medical tourism. This city is destined to be a major hub of medical value travel for reasons that are well known to us. It's picturesque, it's lovely, it is safe, it has Ayurveda, wellness, it has great hospitals, and so on and so forth. It's already a tourism hub. Just a little tweak and it is a medical tourism hub. And therefore, are you ready to harness that potential, which will also give you resources? I'm thinking about resources. But would you like to refashion yourself? And here, like to inform you that this particular sector, shall we say, or a subsector, is very close to the heart of the Honorable Prime Minister. The Ministry of Health and Family Welfare is taking multiple steps to make progress in this regard. And only a week ago, less than a week ago, there was a huge MVT conclave, perhaps the biggest ever held in the world, with representation from 73 countries in Delhi. So there are things that are happening. Be ready to harness that potential, and why not? Why MVT has to be confined only to the private sector? You could be the hub of MVT, and you could generate resources and shine the name of India. I've already mentioned more progress in the space of telemedicine and digital health. And also, I would like to request you that you please strengthen your connections with the health system. I think you will get a lot of buy-ins from and the support from the state. I didn't hear initiatives that are linked to district hospital system, for example. I like you to consider how you can do it, but I leave that judgment to you. To the fraternity on the biomedical engineering wing, I would request that you please develop a model where the products that are beyond proof of principle need to be tested and validated in clinical or field situations. I'm told that it is a valley of death for many products. We always knew it happens. Some steps have been bridged. Some valleys have been bridged thanks to initiatives from the DBT in particular, having a great institution called BIRAG. But some are still left hanging. You create a diagnostic and now where do you go to test it? So we would like to discuss how these technologies can be tested in clinical situations and in field situations. And we expect that role to be played by those who work in the community, but also through the Indian Council of Medical Research in partnership with DBT and DST. I like us to create a paradigm where technology developed, or including AI technologies and algorithms and so on, move quickly, seamlessly from the lab, from the computer to the community and to the most needy. There are issues that need help. There are issues that we need to smoothen. But on behalf of Dr. Saraswat and myself at NITI Aayog, we are good with doing these solutions. It's one of the mandates of NITI. And we'll be very, very delighted to work in this area. And I'd like you to think about it and write a white paper or make a presentation. You know the system, talk to other people. But help us create that red carpet for your products. My suggestion to Achyuta Menon Center is to kindly lead the nation in the care, prevention, preventive care, shall we say, of non-communicable diseases and care of the elderly. You have taken wonderful first initiatives in this regard, applicable largely to the ecosystem of this state. But then the other states are in a different demographic transition, and Lalit is going to talk more about this, I guess. You are already into demographic transition, others are to join you. I like you to please be the torchbearer of public health models on non-communicable disease and aging. I like to see more of that. I like you to be visible in this area, which you are not. Can we ensure that at the population we can demonstrate a true normoglycemia of more people? So if X is the proportion, can this be X by let's say half after those are the public health interventions that we are looking forward to. Can the scourge of obesity be truncated? Can it be stopped at the population level? And how the traditional medicine and traditional approach here can be combined with it. So that's my ask on behalf of the public policy, shall we say, teams, to think about this, be more visible, talk about this particular area, and above all other areas that you are good with. Ladies and gentlemen, dear recipients of degrees, dear students, residents, scholars, engineers, and faculty, now there are 3 quick advice elements that I'll give very briefly. First, largely to students. Whatever you do, let us do it with best of our zeal and ability. You heard about excellence from 2 previous speakers. Do not take shortcuts. Remember what Aristotle said on excellence, and I quote, and it's my favorite quote. I don't know how many times I've shared this with my students in my life. I quote, "We are what we do repeatedly." ये आपके लिए है. We are what we do repeatedly. Excellence is therefore not an act but a habit. Unquote. What does it mean? As students, well, medical students, you write case sheets. Sometimes you write good case sheets. At times you don't write good case sheets. You write prescriptions on a card. If you do an audit, we'll find that there are variations. And if you knew that your teacher is going to come and see today what you have written, you'll probably write better. Am I right? Does it happen with you? होता है कि इतने अच्छे हो कि श्री चित्रा में नहीं होता. मेरे स्टूडेंट्स तो रोज ये करते हैं. जब सामने खड़े हैं तो अच्छा लिखेंगे, मर्जी से लिखेंगे तो कुछ और लिखेंगे. Short point I'm making is, what you write best or you say best, perform best is your capability, your ability. It doesn't mean that that is what you are. You are what you do on a normal basis. You do repeatedly, on a daily basis. If you have to be in the category of higher levels of excellence, and that best should be reflected on a daily basis, not occasionally. So remember that. Make excellence a habit, not a hobby. If India has to outperform other countries, it is all about consistent quality of work, products, and creativity. My second ask to you all is that you all should join academics. And my sub-ask is, please don't leave the shores of India. We need you more than what they need you. Join academics. I told you how much of expansion of teaching system has been created in India. I also told you that even in the private sector, you could be teaching and training doctors and creating science. But so be on the side of creating science and passing knowledge as teachers. We expect you to do that. Our nation building work has not finished. So please do consider to remain in academics, especially because you are coming out of the portals of this great institution, which is being based on high ideals of service to the nation. So please join academics and be teachers and scientists. And third, I request that doctors, nurses, and allied health professionals, all of us are revered by the society. Individuals and families have intuitive faith on us, on our competence, on our honesty, and on what we say. This trust is our legacy and our treasure. Let this trust not be broken through acts of omission and commission. And on a pious day like Convocation Day, we want to remind you that we cannot afford to lose that high moral ground on which the medical profession stands in the society. Excellence and values must go hand in hand. Just excellence alone is not sufficient. And the values are the values that our dear parents have taught us. Both excellence and values are important. We talked more of excellence, but let me now, toward the end, also talk about values. And those values are of, again, values as a good citizen, a good doctor, person with integrity, not driven by commercial considerations while we serve our patients. In the end, let me remind us all, including us, of the astute words of prudence from the father of our nation. On the same theme, in fact. Mahatma Gandhi named 7 deadly sins in life. And these are, he said, and I quote, wealth without work is a sin. Pleasure without conscience is a sin. Science without humanity is a sin. We are creating science connected to humanity. You are on the right side of this maxim from the father of nation. Knowledge without character, politics without principle, commerce without morality, and worship without sacrifice, unquote. I hope this philosophy that applies to us all, academics, doctors, health professionals, and those who are on this side, will be our guiding light, and that we would shun these ills as we conduct ourselves in the society. Graduates, faculty, parents, and leadership of this great institute, and those of us on the dais and in the audience, let us rededicate ourselves to the service of Mother India. Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir. We are very grateful to you, sir, for reminding us of the sacrifices of our parents and the untiring efforts of our gurus in our lives. Thank you for inspiring us to set higher targets for the future and reminding us of Ye Dil and Ye Desh Mange More. To recognize the outstanding contributions of the meritorious academicians of the Institute, Outstanding Certificate of Merit in various categories is being awarded since last year. We have the following awards. The prestigious Professor M.S. Valyathan Certificate of Merit for Outstanding Research Investigator 2023 is instituted in honor of the founder director of SCTIMST, Professor M.S. Valyathan, with the aim of recognizing the outstanding research work done by faculty members of SCTIMST during the last 5 years.
Certificate of Best Biomedical Technology Innovation has been instituted with the aim to encourage and recognize talented faculty members for the outstanding innovation done by them while working at SCTIMST during the last 3 years.
Certificate of Merit for Best Public Health Research Project 2023 is aimed at recognizing the outstanding public health research project completed during the last 3 years by the faculty members of SCTIMST.
Certificate of Merit for Outstanding Achievements in Clinical Specialty is given to the Institute faculty in recognition for their outstanding achievements in clinical specialty during the last 3 years.
Certificate of Merit for Outstanding Achievements in Basic Science Research 2023 is given to the Institute faculty in recognition for their outstanding achievements in basic science research during the last 3 years.
The Institute has decided to establish a Best Paper Publication Award with the aim of recognizing the outstanding paper published or accepted for publication in the last 3 years by PhD scholars, postdoctoral fellows, and residents. There were overwhelming response from the faculty, scholars, and residents. The applications were scrutinized by eminent researchers and scholars in the field of science and technology across the country for selection of the candidates for the awards. We request Dr. Uma Shankar, Associate Dean of PhD Affairs, to announce the winners.
Good morning to the distinguished dignitaries, colleagues, new graduates, and their families. It is my proud privilege to announce the winners of the Certificate of Merit 2023, instituted by SCTIMST on this occasion. The prestigious Professor M.S. Valyathan Certificate of Merit for Outstanding Research Investigator 2023 goes to Dr. Jimon P., Associate Professor from AMCHSS. The global impact of his research and contribution to public health in cardiovascular disease was considered outstanding by the judges of the award. He was also a winner of Shanti Swarup Bhatnagar Award. May I request the Honorable Chief Guest, Dr. V.K. Paul, to give the certificate to Dr. Jimon P. Thank you, sir. Next is the Certificate of Merit for Best Biomedical Technology Innovation 2023. The judges were very appreciative of the innovations of all the competitors. Among them, the innovations of engineer Subhash N.N. was considered more meritorious as they are already commercialized. His innovation brought indigenous low-cost orthotic devices to the market, benefiting patients and the public at large. May I request the Honorable Chief Guest to present the Certificate of Merit to Engineer Subhash N.N. Thank you, sir. The Best Paper Publication Award for 2023 for the PhD scholars and residents of the SCTIMST goes to Ms. Rajalakshmi GP, PhD scholar, for her paper entitled strontium ion cross-linked alginate polyserogels for wound healing applications, in vitro studies, published in the journal Carbohydrate Polymers, which has an impact factor of 10.7. May I request the Honorable Chief Guest to present the Certificate of Merit to Ms. Rajalakshmi GP. Thank you, sir. The Certificate of Merit for Outstanding Contribution to Clinical Science 2023 is awarded to Dr. Narayanan Nambudiri, Professor, Department of Cardiology. Dr. Nambudiri has more than 170 publications and has brought innovations in the advanced management of patients with cardiac arrhythmia and ablative therapies, which are considered the best and most sought after in the country. Since Dr. Nambudiri is not in the station, I request his HOD, Dr. Harikrishnan, to receive the certificate on his behalf. May I request the Honorable Chief Guest to present the certificate. Thank you, sir. The Certificate of Merit for Outstanding Contribution to Basic Sciences 2023 goes to Dr. Sree RS, Scientist G, BMT Wing. Her contribution to basic research was considered outstanding by the judges. She was enlisted by the Royal Society of Chemistry, London, as one of the women in nanoscience. May I request the Honorable Chief Guest to present the Certificate of Merit to Dr. Sree RS. Thank you, sir. Now it is the recognition for technology transfers. Innovations can be beneficial only if it has commercial value and reaches the end user. For this, the partnership with the industry is very important. The innovators of SCTIMST and the industry have been working together to translate their innovations into products. To recognize their hard work, the Institute has decided to give certificates of appreciation to the R&D team and to the technology partners from this year. May I request the Honorable Guest of Honor, Dr. Rajesh Gokhale, to give the certificate of appreciation to the innovators and industry partners of the following technologies. First technology is liquid embolic agent for application as a permanent implant occluding the abnormal blood vessels of the brain. Liquid embolic agent is a neurological implant device used for the treatment of arteriovenous malformation of the brain. Commercial products are loaded with metal powders to make the material radio-opaque. In this innovation, metal-free, biocompatible, non-degradable, and radiopaque polymer was developed in injectable form and successfully evaluated in experimental pigs. The technology was transferred to Messrs. Biorad Medicis Private Limited, Pune. Now I invite the technical PA of the project, Dr. Roy Joseph, the clinical PA of the project, Dr. Jaydevan, and the representative of Messrs. Biorad Medicis Private Limited, Pune, Mr. Anku Sri Kumar, to come forward and receive the certificate of appreciation from Dr. Gokhale on behalf of their team. Thank you, sir. The second technology is drug-eluting bioactive calcium sulfate cement. This is a self-setting moldable bone graft substitute material that is loaded with antibiotics for its local delivery for infection control and rapid bone healing. The product, commercially named as Caspro, serves the dual purpose of therapeutic material and the tissue regenerating scaffold. This technology was transferred to Messrs. Onyx Medicals Private Limited, Meerut, Uttar Pradesh. I request the technical PA, Dr. Manoj Komath, and clinical PA, Dr. Ishwar HV, and the representative of Onyx Medical Private Limited to come forward and receive the certificates from the Honorable Guest of Honor, Dr. Rajesh Gokhale. Thank you, sir. Automatic smart trash bin for disinfection using UV-enabled microwave Astra is the technology developed by Dr. Manoj GS, the technical PI, and Dr. Manikandan, the clinical PI. This product ensures complete disinfection of biomedical waste before disposal. This technology was transferred to Messrs. Forstra Meditech Private Limited, Lucknow, Uttar Pradesh. I invite Dr. Manoj GS, Dr. Manikandan, and representative of Forstra Medical Private Limited, Lucknow, to receive the certificates of appreciation. Thank you, sir. Infant warming wrappers and bassinet is an infrared LED-based low-power and portable system for efficient and non-contact warming of a prematurely born, low birth weight baby to prevent hypothermia. The device features overhead as well as under-the-bed warming and is safe from fire hazards. The technology of this device was developed by Mr. Sharath S. Nair and was transferred to Messrs. Kerala State Electronics Development Corporation, Keltron. Now I invite Dr. Sharath S. Nair, Mr. Ajay Kumar CP, Manager and Head, Keltron, Trivandrum, to receive the certificates from Dr. Gokhale on the behalf of the team. Thank you, sir. Chitra SARS-CoV-2 multiplex RT-PCR kit was developed for early detection of COVID-19. This innovative approach involves the amplification of SARS-CoV-2 specific genes, NSP14 and RDRP, along with the human RNAsP gene as an internal control. The technology underwent validation at the National Institute of Virology, Pune, and has been approved by ACMR. The technology has been successfully transferred to Messrs. Huvel Life Sciences, Hyderabad, and Messrs. Merrill Life Sciences, Ahmedabad this year. Technology of Chitra SARS-CoV multiplex RT-PCR kit was developed by Dr. Anup Kumar T, Scientist G, and his team. Now I invite Dr. Anup Kumar, Mr. Krubagaran, and Mr. Ragesh for receiving the certificate of appreciation from the Honorable Guest of Honor. Thank you, sir. The next technology that was transferred was developed by Dr. Sujesh Sridharan, Engineer G, BMT Wing. He developed the flow diverter stent, which is a tubular mesh braided from fine superelastic nitinol wires that diverts blood flow away from the aneurysm in the brain, thereby reducing the chances of its rupture. The clinical PI for this project was Dr. Santosh Kanath. Dr. Sujesh Sridharan also developed and transferred the technology of atrial septal defect closure device, occluder, to the industry. This device features a novel hubless soft left atrial flange, which promotes better healing without atrial roof erosion following implantation into the heart. The clinical PI of this device was Dr. Bijulal S. Both the above technologies were transferred to Messrs. Biorad Medicines Private Limited, Pune. May I invite Dr. Sujesh Sridharan and the clinical PIs, Dr. Santosh Kannath and Dr. Bijulal, and Mr. Ankush Sree Kumar, who is a representative of the company, to receive certificates of appreciation. Thank you, sir. Now it is the certificate of appreciation for attracting extramural grants. It is a well-known fact that getting extramural funding for high-value projects is a tremendous task. To appreciate those who have been awarded extramural funding more than 5 crores from various agencies, the certificate of appreciation is being given. May I request the distinguished research professor and G. Parthasarathy orator, Dr. Lalit Dandona, to give the certificate of appreciation to the following faculty members. Sree C.V. Muralidharan, Scientist G, Senior Grade, secured a technical research grant from the Department of Science and Technology. The total cost of the project was 93.25 crores. I invite Sri C.V. Muralidharan to come to the stage and receive the certificate of appreciation. Thank you, sir. Sri Balram, Scientist G, and the Head of Department of Technology and Quality Management has been instrumental in setting up and managing SCTIMST TIMED, a technology business incubator for supporting medtech startups and innovators. He successfully raised external funding over rupees 25 crores under different schemes of DST, BIRAC, and CSR grants of HDFC Bank for TIMED. He has set up a DST-supported Prayas Center, BIRAC-supported Sparsh Center, and BIRAC-supported Regional Technology Transfer Office at TIMED. This certificate is issued in appreciation of his overall contributions to the SCTIMST TIMED. May I invite Sri Balram to the dais and receive the certificate of appreciation. Thank you, sir. Dr. Maya Nandakumar, Scientist G, secured a project with a sanctioned cost of rupees 9.52 crores from the Department of Biotechnology. Now I invite Dr. Maya Nandakumar to the dais and receive the certificate of appreciation from the guest of honor. Thank you, sir. Dr. Roy Joseph, Scientist G, secured 2 projects with the total project cost of 6.12 crores from the Seed Division, Department of Science and Technology. I invite Dr. Roy Joseph to receive the certificate of appreciation. Thank you, sir. Dr. S. Harikrishnan, Professor, Department of Cardiology, secured funding of more than 5 crores from ICMR for establishing the National Center for Research and Excellence in Heart Failure, which includes the first heart failure biobank in India. I invite Dr. S. Harikrishnan to the dais and receive the certificate of appreciation. Thank you, sir. Now it is a certificate of appreciation to national award winners. It is a great honor for the Institute to have outstanding scientists and clinicians who could win prestigious national awards instituted by the Government of India. An innovative neurological device development program led by Dr. Jaydevan, Dr. Roy Joseph, and Ms. Gobiga Goben received the National Petrochemical Award instituted by the Ministry of Chemicals and Petrochemical Government of India in the year 2022. The award was given for the innovation made in the development of a metal-free radiopaque liquid embolic agent for the treatment of arteriovenous malformations of the brain. I invite Dr. Jaydevan to receive the certificate of appreciation on the behalf of the team. May I request honorable guest to present the certificate of appreciation to Dr. Jaydevan. Thank you, sir. The next item is Professor Mohandas Richard A. Cash Merit Certificate for the Best Outgoing Master of Public Health Student. This is the award named after the former director of SCTIMST, Dr. K. Mohandas, and the faculty of the Harvard School of Public Health, Dr. Richard A. Cash. This award was created to encourage public health students to excel in their academic performance while they are doing MPH at AMCHSS. The award for 2023 goes to Karthi Vijay. May I request the Honorable Chief Guest to give the Merit Certificate and the Cash Award to Dr. Karthi Vijay. Thank you, sir. This concludes this session. Thank you.
May I now request our director, Dr. Sanjay Behari, to present a memento as a token of our appreciation to our Honorable President, Dr. V.K. Saraswat.
Thank you, sir. I now request our director to present a memento as a token of our appreciation to our chief guest, Dr. Vinod Kumar Paul. Thank you, sir. I now request our director to present a memento as a token of our appreciation to our guest of honor, Dr. Rajesh S. Gokhale.
Thank you, sir. May I now invite Dr. Amrita Natarajan, who has just received her PhD degree, to address the gathering on behalf of the new graduates.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. So today is an exciting and phenomenal day for all of us as we gathered here to congratulate the success of Sree Chitra graduates. I sincerely welcome all the distinguished dignitaries, honorable faculty members, galaxy of intellectuals, delighted family members, friends, and most importantly, our esteemed graduates to this auspicious occasion. I'm overwhelmed with pride and feel incredibly privileged to stand here today and deliver this felicitation speech and express thoughts on behalf of the graduating cohort of 2023. Being a part of the Sree Chitra family over the past few years has been a momentous phase of our professional career. As we graduate from this esteemed institution, I am reminded of the words of Nelson Mandela, who said, "Education is the most powerful weapon which you can use to change the world." Our education has equipped us with the knowledge and skills to make a positive impact to the communities and to bring about changes in the world. And a few minutes would not suffice the enormity of learning experiences we would want to share and reflect upon. Fortunately, today, I would like us to reflect once again on the pivotal experiences from our time in Sree Chitra and the journeys we took while we were here. First and foremost, thanks to the Lord for ensuring so many wonderful people in our life. Our time as Sree Chitra students and the years of determination we contributed into our endeavors imparted as an ample flavor of life itself. We have encountered numerous challenges, demonstrated resilience and a thirst of knowledge, and we are reaping the rewards of our efforts today. And these priceless moments has been the most articulating ones that we treasure for the rest of our lives. Today, marks a significant milestone in our lives, our testament to our relentless pursuit of knowledge and personal growth. I would be remiss if I did not acknowledge the immense support system that has been instrumental in our achievements. As we celebrate our success, I want to thank the most significant people before I go into any set. Most importantly, embarking into the recollections renders it apparent that our families have been there for us in times of happiness as well as hardship. A huge round of applause and thank you to our parents, family members present here today for always being on our side for their love, inspiration, encouragement, sacrifices, and endless support. With our future successes, we hope to continue to enrich our lives. We would regard ourselves as among the most privileged and gifted students to have given the chance to receive the guidance from the most esteemed faculty in this nation. We owe a deep sense of gratitude to the distinguished faculties for their keen interest in giving skill training, prompt inspiration, and timely guidance at every stage of our journey. Our faculty and professors deserve a sincere thank you who have taught us priceless lesson and instilled in us the admirable Chitra family ethic. Today, as we don our graduation robes and receive our hard-earned degree, I want to emphasize on few empowering lessons we learn and absorb while pursuing the studies. To be willing to push the boundaries and face uncertainties with courage would be the first. Many of us have forayed into unexplored research areas and battled against all odds to rise to the top. I firmly believe that these experiences have strengthened and braved us to face life's uncertainties and dream beyond of the limitations. I would encourage each of us to shine forth as a beacon of incredible ethos of the Chitra family. Secondly, treat the little joys and moments of pain with treasure. Being supported by our peers, receiving their encouragement and holding up each other when we needed them the most have taught us to be kind and empathetic. I believe this relationship has stood us the test of time and endure all the way to the end. Lastly, in a rapidly changing world, the skills and knowledge we have acquired during our time when we have served as will serve as a strong foundation. The medical graduates have the potential to be the true frontiers in the field, leading to charge in developing new treatments, advancing research, and providing exceptional care to their patients. At the same time, do not forget the importance of values such as integrity, compassion, and empathy. I desire that we carry forward these qualities and may these priceless virtues will guide us in making ethical decisions, building meaningful relationships, and making a positive impact on the life of others. Life is always an improvisation. As we step into the professional world, embrace every opportunity with enthusiasm for growth and remain open to new experiences. Dear all my fellow graduates, I wish each one of you all the very best in your future endeavors. Good luck. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Amrita, for sharing your experiences and wishing you a great career.
It is now time to conclude the convocation ceremony. May I request our esteemed President of the Institute, Dr. Vijay Kumar Saraswat, to declare the convocation ceremony formally closed.
I now declare the annual convocation of the 39th batch of Sree Chitra Tirunal Institute for Medical Sciences and Technology closed.
Thank you, sir. We'll now be proceeding with the prestigious 6th G. Parthasarathi oration. I request Dr. Roy Joseph, Dean of Academic Affairs, to give an introduction on the G. Parthasarathi oration.
Respected dignitaries on and off the dais, colleagues, graduating students, and their families. It is my privilege to give a brief introduction to the late G. Parthasarathi, the founder president of this institute. Sri Gopalaswamy Parthasarathi, GP as he was known, was born in 1912 and was a stellar diplomat and brilliant intellectual. He was educated in Madras and Oxford and served as India's ambassador and high commissioner in Indonesia, China, United Nations, and Pakistan. He was a skilled negotiator for India in national and international issues, and his role was acknowledged by many leaders, including Jawaharlal Nehru, Henry Kissinger, and Zhou Enlai. He was a chief advisor and troubleshooter in policy making for Indira Gandhi. Apart from his diplomatic achievements, GP was a noted sportsperson
and made major contributions to education and social science research. He was a test player in cricket, architect of Jawaharlal Nehru University, chairman of the Indian Council of Social Science Research, and the first president of Sree Tirunal Institute for Medical Sciences and Technology, Trivandrum. He served the institute for 2 terms with great distinction. He passed away in 1995. As the first president of SCTIMST, GP played defining role in shaping this institute in its formative years, along with the Professor M.S. Valiyathan, the founder director. The scientist-clinician collaboration, the visibility that Chitra got in governmental and academic circles, and the thrust on technology development in parallel with the high-quality clinical care were the legacy that GP left for the institute he loved and nurtured. The first GP oration was held on 7th November 2013, and the orator was Dr. Farid Murad, an American pharmacologist who was awarded the 1998 Nobel Prize for the discovery that nitric oxide acts as a signaling molecule in the cardiovascular system. Today, we are going to have our 6th GP oration, and all of us are looking forward to listening to Dr. Lalit Dandona. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I request Dr. Shailaja PN, Associate Dean, SCTIMST, to introduce the speaker for G. Parthasarathy oration.
Honorable President of the Institute, Dr. Vijay Kumar Saraswat, the Chief Guest of today, Dr. Vinod Kumar Paul, Dr. Rajesh Gokhale, who is the Honorable Guest of Honor and the Secretary DBT, Dr. Lalit Dandona, who is the G. Parthasarathy orator today, Dr. Sanjay Bihari, Director of the Institute, Dean Dr. Roy Joseph, all the dignitaries of the dais, the graduates who have been given, the graduates who have graduated today, members of the Chitra family, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I need to congratulate all the graduates who have received their degree today. And thanks to Dr. Dandona for accepting our invitation to be the Parthasarathy orator today. In fact, it is a great honor and privilege to introduce Dr. Lalit Dandona. He is currently the Distinguished Research Professor, Public Health Foundation of India, Professor of Health Metrics Sciences, Institute of Health Metrics and Evaluation, University of Washington, Seattle, Honorary Distinguished Scientist and National Chair of the Population Health, Indian Council of Medical Research. So Dr. Dandona was born in Amritsar to parents who migrated as young children at the time of the India-Pakistan partition from part of Punjab, that is now Pakistan. His schooling was primarily in Amritsar and Delhi. Even though currently Dr. Dandona is an epidemiologist, his academic started with as an ophthalmologist. So he did his medical training in ophthalmology in All India Institute of Medical Sciences, New Delhi, following which he went in for training in ophthalmology in Johns Hopkins University School of Medicine, Baltimore, and also the University of Maryland School of Medicine, Baltimore, United States. Following this, he underwent public health training and did a fellowship in public health ophthalmology in the Johns Hopkins University School of Public Health, Baltimore, United States. So going through his journey through science, he started in the public health division of the L.V. Prasad Eye Institute, Hyderabad, which is a WHO collaboration center for blindness prevention. And during the 6 years he was there, he brought out the landmark work which looked into the blindness in the Indian population and which was considered to be more than 90% is due to cataract. And this landmark study showed that only 50% of them are due to cataract and rest of them are due to many other preventable causes of blindness. And this led on to a comprehensive policy into looking into the prevention and early management of blindness in the Indian population. Following that, he became the professor and the director of the Health Policy and Center for Human Development at the Administrative Staff College of India, Hyderabad in 2001. So he was more into looking into science behind public health, and then served as a role as a chair of the International Public Health at the University of Sydney School of Public Health. After that, he took over the joint position, and following this, he returned back to India to serve in India, and then took up the joint position of being a distinguished research professor at the PHFI, and also the professor at the Institute of Health Metrics and Evaluation at the University of Washington, which he has been in for the past more than 10 years. And now, for the past 3 years, he is also the Honorary Distinguished Scientist and the National Chair of Population Health at ICMR. Going to his research interest, he is most interested in understanding the major health issues and disparities in India, and mostly his research interests are confined to global health and environmental health, the acquired immunodeficiency syndrome, and what Dr. Dandona is most known for is with regard to the disease burden and mortality, which includes both communicable diseases and non-communicable diseases, environmental factors like air pollution, aging, and the visual impairment and blindness. And the landmark work for which Dr. Dandona came to be known at a global level too is the Indian State Level Disease Burden Initiative, which is a collaborative work with ICMR, IHME, PHFI, and more than 100 institutions across India, and also with global partners, which was launched in 2015. And with this initiative was taken up looking into the trends of disease burden in different and each and every state in India, looking into all the important non-communicable and communicable disorders. And these are few of the pictures of the global initiative meetings which have been organized at that time. And looking into his key roles and positions, he is currently the director of the Indian State Level Disease Burden Initiative. He serves on the International Advisory Board of the leading global medical journal, The Lancet, serves on the editorial boards of BMC Medicine and several other reputed journals, and he is a scientific reviewer for more than 50 health and medical journals. And he served as a director of the PHFI UK Consortium Wellcome Trust Capacity Building Program. When I went through the biodata, there were a lot of key roles and positions. I did not know which are the ones to be put in. So these are the ones which I thought would be most relevant. He's a technical advisor to many numerous agencies and organizations, of which the WHO reference group of health statistics, verbal autopsy working group, and many other committees which are most relevant to the government of India with regard to disease burden in India. And coming to his other achievements, he received the Biomed Central Research Award in Medicine for Population Health Research in India in 2006. His profile was published twice in Lancet in 2001 and 2017. His name is included in the Stanford Mentally database of top global scientists, and 2022 he received the Research.com Medicine in India Leader Award. And in fact, I was amazed by his publications of more than 350 publications with more than 220,000 citations with an H index of 130. And he is indeed the leading health scientist of India. Coming to his personal interest, he strives for a mind-body-spirit balance. He swims and exercises, meditation and yoga regularly, and listening to classical music. From what I could understand is that what he was most interested is in understanding the history of how human thinking has evolved across the world over time, and how a balanced interpretation of this history can be insightful for the future of humanity. And coming to his family time, I asked for a photo of both of them together, so he told Rakhi has to be told separately because she is indeed a top health expert of her own, and she's a strong family pillar. And I came to know that her areas of expertise are maternal health and women health, and currently her most important areas of interest are suicide and road injuries, and he has brought about a lot of important work regarding what are the causes and what is the state of suicide, especially with regard to women in India. And Anya, who is a 13-year-old daughter, I'm sure with the molding of two top health scientists, she is going to be a great researcher. And I present before you Dr. Lilith Dendona, who is going to give the G. Parthasarathi oration today. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam. I now request the President, the Director and the Dean, SCTIMST, to felicitate our esteemed orator, Professor Lalit Dandona. I request Dr. Roy Joseph, Dean SCTIMST, to honor our orator with a ponnada. Thank you, sir. I request the Honorable President of our Institute, Dr. V.K. Saraswat, to present the citation certificate to our orator. Thank you, sir. I request our Honorable Director, Dr. Sanjay Behari, to present a medal. I request our Director to present a memento to our orator. Thank you, sir. Thank you, dignitaries. It was indeed a great moment.
Now, I would like to invite Dr. Lilith Dendona to give the G. Parthasarathi oration.
This is okay. Yeah, thank you. Namaskar. I have received the payment before I have delivered. So I better make it worth it for you. So thank you to all the dignitaries for being so kind. The dignitaries on the dais, Dr. Vijay Kumar Saraswat, Dr. Vinod Paul, Dr. Rajesh Gokhale, Dr. Sanjay Behari, Dr. Roy Joseph, and Dr. Shailaja. Very kind of you to invite me for this oration, and I'm indeed honored to be here. You all have been here for, I just noticed, just about 3 hours. Now let's see how I can hold your attention. When I was planning this talk, I thought about what should drive it. And the two things that stood out as being important for me to keep in mind were, one, of course, the message for the graduates today, the convocation. So what would be a relevant message? And two, how could this be related to what Sree G. Parthasarathi was as a human being, and how he could, what made him make such big contributions? Some learnings from that. Given that, this is what I propose to cover. What is the ideal framework for knowledge generation and its utilization? This sounds like a mouthful. Clearly, I'm not going to be able to cover all dimensions of this over the next whatever time I have. But what I thought I would do was present to you one, what we hope is substantive piece of work, research work in India that we have been involved with, to demonstrate how you can do something on a fairly large scale through a large collaborative effort, research effort, and how that could potentially be useful for health system policy and healthcare planning in the country. And then I will zoom out and try to relate it to the broader context of what is the right framework for knowledge generation, what is the perspective that we should have. And many of those points have been referred to by the honored guests and speakers earlier, and try to see if I can link with those as well. Shri Parthasathi's contributions are well known, so I'm not going to repeat what has already been said. But the fact that he was multifaceted, renowned journalist, gifted diplomat, accomplished sportsman, and a far-sighted educationist, you know that. But what has fascinated me while I was trying to understand about this remarkable person is his vision and perhaps his ability to connect the various dimensions of humanity and existence. To facilitate broad societal progress, you can't do just a singular thing. Many of our speakers have referred to this aspect in their own ways, but the learning from him, and we will come to that in the end, how that connect can potentially be achieved in our own ways, in our own careers and in our own lives. The piece of research work that I wanted to share with you is the India State Level Disease Burden Initiative, which has been ongoing over the last some 7 years in India. Now, how was this started, and why did we undertake this large collaborative work in India? At that time, it was realized by senior thinkers and decision makers in the country that there was information available on the disease burden due to certain major things. For example, child mortality we know well. We know child growth failure and several other major disease conditions. I'm not going to list the whole list, but a comprehensive view of the entire disease burden trend, and not just at the national level, subnational levels as well. You cannot plan for health improvements, be those preventive, curative, or health promotional, whichever dimension. You cannot plan in an informed manner unless you try to assimilate information for all major disease conditions in the same matrix. There's this famous story many years ago at the WHO. The heads of each department were called, and the Director General asked them, how many deaths due to the disease condition you oversee? And each one rattled off a number. Someone did a back of the envelope calculation, and it turns out the number of deaths mentioned by those people were double the total number of deaths that had happened in the world over the past year. Meaning that we can be very biased in what we do, and therefore a matrix which balances all conditions, diseases, and risks at the same time would be very useful. And this is the premise of this work. The global burden of disease has been trying to do that for 30 years, and we decided some 7 years ago that we are going to lead that effort in India, along with many collaborators. Clearly, this cannot be done by individuals, so we have over 100 institutions across the country with whom we have the privilege of working. The other key features of this work are that we did not want this to be just an academic exercise. Of course, good science, methods behind this is crucial. You are scientists, you are thinkers, researchers, and you inform your decisions with logic and information. So you cannot have weak methods. So that's all important. But it has to relate to what's required. Dr. Paul was repeatedly referring to what's needed in the country. And how do you connect the understanding of, I'm going to spend a minute or two on this because this is the background. Then we will go through fairly quickly through some of the key findings and then connect with, at the end, with the final message. So I'm deliberately taking a few minutes to explain. The connection with the decision making. So it was crucial for us to try to link with that. Some of the significant policy uptakes are listed, but that's just the beginning. A lot more work needs to be done. Based on this, and this is an important point I also want to cover during this talk, is that we have realized that based on the recognition of this work, there is an important need for systematic capacity building in the area of health metrics and disease burden estimation. And I'll come to that as well. So this is the overview. Let me go through quickly a few key features of this work. We are working with over 400 experts in India. These are the expert groups and largely driven by the expert inputs from India. So there is this global effort, the global burden of disease, which has been there for 30 years. But we have been with advice and deep inputs from experts all over the country, across the country. We are highly privileged to be able to partner with many. This was the first release of the findings. There are these publications, just to give you a background, that the science part of this is important as well, and this was then disseminated through media and with policymakers. Coming to the methods, and again, I will spend a couple of minutes on this before going through some of the key findings quickly. How do you estimate the entire matrix of disease burden and risk? Obviously, you won't have all the information. It's never going to be there, ever, but still, you can attempt based on all the available information. That's a major task. Initially, I was trained as an epidemiologist and scientist and of course a clinician, and you have the tendency to say, oh, well, what you see is what you believe, and this is hardcore, and this is real, and that is just mumbo jumbo, and how can you say something? But then you realize, if you can only say something concrete for 20% of the entire problem, and you don't want to deal with the remaining 80% because the data are lacking and you're really not very confident, then you are actually not doing a good service to informing how health systems and policies can be improved in any nation. So based on those inputs from many senior colleagues and buy-in, we decided that it was worth attempting estimates for all major diseases and risk factors in a single matrix. So how do we go about doing that? On the upper left corner, this is the brief, highly summarized matrix of methods that have been developed over 30 years. Upper left corner, first we estimate deaths. Deaths happening in all age groups, each age group. You have to start with deaths and estimate premature mortality. Then you have to, in the upper right-hand corner, those boxes, we estimate through fairly elaborate methods causes of death. If you don't know what people are dying from prematurely, you cannot really understand the impact on mortality of the various diseases. Then on the lower right corner is the section where we, through extensive methods, estimate morbidity due to each disease based on all available data. Some of them may not be those strong, but we still make assumptions to arrive at the best possible estimates, but with caveats. And in the lower left corner is the set of boxes which there are methods, again, fairly extensive, to understand what's behind these diseases, disease burden, what are the risks. And all of that is then pooled in together to estimate disease burden, meaning what are the metrics? Premature death, and I'll go to that, key metrics, premature death, morbidity, and how much of that disease burden, premature death and morbidity, can be attributed to each disease, and how much of it can be attributed in turn to the risk factors behind those diseases. It's simply put, we won't have time for the details. This is a short talk, but that's the idea. And the metric that we often use is the DALY, Disability Adjusted Life Years, which is a composite of that burden due to premature death, years of life lost due to premature death due to a particular disease or a risk factor in turn, and the morbidity, based on disability weights and other assumptions, how much of the value of that life that person lives with that disease is compromised. So you pool it all together to arrive at the disability adjusted life years, which turns out a fairly useful metric. It allows comparison of things like instant road injury death versus a mental health disorder that is not immediately going to lead to death. So how do you compare them? So that's the idea. Of course, it's not perfect, but that's really been very useful to put things on even keel. The two things which I'm also going to cover with you are the last two major bullets on this slide: geospatial modeling, which we are increasingly doing in this collaborative work. We are not satisfied just to be able to suggest what the disease burden trends and the risk factor trends are at each state level. Of course, that's very useful, much better than knowing what's happening in the country as a whole. But all of us know many of our states are as big as countries. So we really can't plan in a very serious way, in a nuanced manner. So clearly we need district and even sub-district level information about the trends. However, that's more challenging. You need geocoded data and other kind of data. But in any case, attempts can be made and are being made for some conditions for which those data are available. And we believe that this is going to be the future of this work to bring more value to provide information that's going to be useful. The other part that I would like to cover again briefly at the end is forecasting. We have very senior esteemed colleagues here who basically run the thinking in the country, the think tank of India, the Niti Aayog. We have senior esteemed colleagues here. They do lots of assumptions and projections. That's how you plan. You don't know everything now, but you project. And so we are, I'm going to share with you some initial attempts at forecasting of disease burden trends and risk factors based on some assumptions and potential use of that in the health planning. So that's the background. And of course, as you can imagine, we will need all kinds of data for this. We won't have time to list all of that or go through it, but thousands and thousands of sources of data have gone into the work so far and increasing by the day. Whatever becomes available at the population level, the clinical information level, and of course censuses and the other large-scale data as well. But remember, there are data gaps. I'll keep coming back to this. And that's one, a strength that we can use all of what's available to arrive at whatever we can now, but it's also a challenge. We cannot be 100% sure, and we are never under the illusion. We say this is the best possible estimate. I want to share with you these, again, briefly, some of the challenges we will face. For every modeling we do, and this is just one example, different sources of data help take away biases from a single source of data. But you also have to then deal with the diversity of estimates from those various sources. So how do you best reconcile? Of course, that involves understanding of the content as well as the data source and so on. So that's something to keep in mind while we deal with this kind of work. Projected population trends, very, very important for our health planning. And our demographic, Dr. Paul mentioned in his talk. This is going to be one of the key factors in India, how old our population becomes over the next 50, 100 years. And there are various assumptions involved, and we are deeply involved with those methods. And I'll take a minute for this because this is a big driver of the future disease burden, particularly from the non-communicable diseases. And this is an example I wanted to show how it can be very different. The dotted lines are what we are estimating as part of the GBD effort, the India population, which may of course, there are error bars around this, which may continue to rise for some more time, but then will drop off sooner than what the United Nations is saying. The reason I'm raising this is that we could end up anywhere between 1.6 billion to 1.1 billion by the end of the century, and that's not a trivial thing when we plan for the long term. And this has got a lot to do with the fertility assumptions, and we won't have time for that, but just to highlight this because it's a serious issue in the entire game of health planning. This, everyone knows the population pyramid is going to invert. We talk about it all the time but what is really going to determine the disease burden trends to a large degree is how much the bulge in the older ages. Let's run through some of the key findings. Why is this relevant? How is this information? How can this information be useful? This is a key finding that from the first release of the report in 2017, but updated for more recent data, about which shows the relative contribution of communicable diseases versus the other being non-communicable, and injuries. Reds and pinks and yellows mean the relative contribution to DALYs, a composite measure of disease burden, more than half or much more than half if it is deep red from communicable diseases. The darker the blue means less. So blues are less than 50%, pinks are more than 50% or so, and deep reds are very high. As you can see, 40 years ago, all of the country, except for 2 states, communicable diseases. And that's what we've been dealing with for a long time. It turns out that already, I'm showing you for 2019, but already by about 10 years ago, roughly about 2013-14, in every state of the country, non-communicable diseases and injuries actually had overtaken communicable diseases. And so when these findings were first initially presented in the 2017 release, I remember in the hallway, Dr. Paul said, "Sir, आपको याद होगा कि नहीं? मेरे को तो बहुत याद है." आपने पूछा, "ललित, we didn't realize कि this has already happened. कि ये तो गाड़ी निकल चुकी, ये नहीं कि non-communicable diseases अभी देखेंगे." भाई वो भी है. Of course, communicable diseases in the less developed states still is a fairly big burden, but that was something which was important for us to realize. That's what the importance of zooming out in a big picture is. While all the efforts that you all do in the clinical world and the biotechnology complemented this with the population health perspective, obviously makes the entire picture clearer. We know this, we won't have time, but I'm just going to give you glimpses of some key issues. The less developed states, of course, more red, meaning more disease burden. We won't have time for this. What is it behind these groups, communicable or non-communicable or injuries? Clearly, we need to know that. We also need to know individual conditions. We don't have time for this, but just to give you a sense, everyone knows that the reds, that is the communicable diseases, are becoming less. But it turns out neonatal disorders continues to be the leading cause of disease burden still now. So it's not the story of the communicable diseases is not over, and of course there are others as well. But injuries and the non-communicables are coming up. But clearly, we need to understand this at the state and substate levels. That is the story, how it will, that we need to understand. I want to highlight a major thing about non-communicable diseases. Generally, not you all, you have nuanced insights into this, but generally, many people that we encounter dealing with policies and decisions, and they say, okay, non-communicable diseases, that would be more in the more developed states. Of course, it's increasing in the less developed states, but it's all similar trend. Is it so? Not really. Look at this example. The slide, the map on the left is ischemic heart disease. Red means more burden. Blue means less burden. Of course, more developed states have more burden. It turns out chronic obstructive lung disease, the second leading individual cause or the third leading individual cause of disease burden in India, is actually more in the less developed states. So it's not the same story. More developed states, more non-communicable diseases. That's one distinction. The other point, the rate of increase of many non-communicable conditions, especially those which are not that high yet in the less developed states, for example, ischemic heart disease and diabetes, the rate of increase is more in many of the less developed states. Partly because there is more room to play, and partly the risk factors behind those are increasing. So important things to keep in mind. This shows for those IHT and diabetes. Neurological conditions, a major contributor to, and you all deal with that. Stroke is the big component, and headache disorders and epilepsy. But the point I want to show, again, I repeatedly keep saying, I mean, there's lots behind it. We don't have the luxury of diving into it. But of course, they vary across the country. But how do they vary is really the point, and over time, not just now. Cancers, we know that many of them are, this is all coming out of this collaborative effort of compiling this and informing decision makers. So how are the cancer trends changing over time in India for particular cancers, but not just that. In each state, how are for example, the MI ratios, the mortality incidence rates, and how are they changing, which are reflective of the level of care. For example, if there's more mortality for a given level of incidence, obviously that's bad. And so you can see already there is a huge difference, particularly for females, between the more and the less developed states. So all that is important for us to inform what the planning should be doing. Mental disorders not really being given enough attention, of course, increasing attention. This is adult onset mental disorders, the major ones, depression and anxiety. We can see that more heavy in the southern, more developed states. But the converse, the childhood onset mental disorders, the two major ones, they are heavier in the northern, less developed states. But it's also important to note that the rate of decrease is less. They are decreasing over time, but the rate of decrease is less in the less developed states. So that's not so good. So this is the kind of information that can help in understanding how to plan and what else to do. Suicide deaths. India, turns out, this was first reported a few years ago, and then data are updated. We have 18% of the global population, but 37 or so % of the female suicide deaths. That's high. And there are various reasons behind those, but it's not just that. Where are they higher? Southern states, yes. But what is it behind them? A lot more needs to be done regarding that. Just a glimpse, rushing through things, but a glimpse of things, major issues. Road injury users, the mortality deaths, road injury deaths. India is different from, for example, obviously Europe or America or Australia. We have a higher dominance of pedestrian and motorcyclist deaths, but these also differ across the country. And it's intuitive, but we need to know what that is. Can't just say, okay, it's different, but what that is, what is behind it. So this is a journey. Of course, we don't have all the answers, but this is the journey that we need to get into deeper. And needless to say, there are variations for the communicable diseases as well. We know that under 5 mortality has improved tremendously over the last 40 years in India. But we also know that there is a 5 times difference between the best and the worst. Now, this is a start. But what is it that's happening at the small geographic levels is what we need to do to be able to address it in a more effective way. So this is an attempt a couple of years ago. Red means higher, under 5 mortality. Of course, the less intense red and yellows is less mortality. And you can see over a period of 17 years in this analysis, things have improved across the country. But if you see the map on the right-hand side, which shows the gap between the target under 5 mortality rate, which is for 2030 SDG 25, versus what is likely to be the level at that year based on the past trends, then you see that even within the less developed states, there are massive variations across the districts. Not surprising, but we need to know what those districts are. So this is the value of the geospatial modeling work that I mentioned, and we are attempting that for lymphatic filariasis and malaria. Needless to say, many other things. Dr. Paul mentioned overweight, obesity. We are going to attempt that also because some data are available. Now coming to risk factors. What is it behind the disease burden trends that we are seeing? Of course, there are known risk factors, But as of now, we estimate, given the matrix and the methods that we use, we can explain only half of the disease burden with the known risk factors. That's not a surprise. Obviously, if you had figured out everything, we would be able to do something dramatic and reduce disease burden. We can't explain half the disease burden. I'm being very simplistic for the sake of a clear message. But how have these known risk factors changed over time? Child and maternal malnutrition now still is the leading contributor to disease burden. It's very high, although it has improved dramatically. So while it has improved, still a lot more to do. And of course, air pollution is high, and the many increasing non-communicable risk factors are there. One of the remarkable successes, besides the improvements in the child maternal malnutrition, has been the unsafe water and sanitation improvement. We'll skip this. We know that this malnutrition burden is higher in the more less developed states, but what are the components of malnutrition? Commonly, we talk about child growth failure, and of course, I have the guru of this area, Dr. Paul, in the room, so I better be careful what I say. The child stunting, underweight, and wasting, significant improvements in stunting and underweight. But for low birth weight, which is the other big contributor to child malnutrition, poor outcomes, has not improved much in India. And in fact, it turns out that while it's part of our policy dialogue and many other discussions, it's more difficult to deal with, but it's actually not addressed in a major way. Attempts are being made, so more needs to be done. Because that is, in fact, currently contributing to half of all the child deaths and more than 80% of neonatal deaths in our estimates. Doesn't matter whether it's 75 or 85, but it's a high burden. So those things, this is important outcomes from these findings that are, inform us where to focus more. This is an example, again, of geospatial mapping. I won't spend time. I think I'll need to rush. The targets versus, again, states. Within states, you have variations, massive variations. So that tells you where to put more effort. Air pollution, not a trivial thing. Of course, some people say it's exaggerated and so on, but it's a problem. Let's not argue about the exact level, but it's a big issue. It's also now an important issue given that climate change is becoming an increasingly important agenda, in fact, for humanity's survival as a whole. And it is to some degree, air pollution levels are to some degree linked with the climate change issue because of the fossil fuels. Of course, again, air pollution contributors are not just fossil fuels. But there's overlap. What is happening? The outdoor or the particulate air pollution outside levels, northern India especially, quite bad. On the other hand, the household pollution is improving, but still the proportion of solid fuels is very high. This is a graph that shows that there's massive improvements in household pollution deaths, reductions, but not quite for the outdoor pollution. This point I wanted to make. We often, in the decision makers and the policy decision area and the media, pollution is linked with lung disease. Clearly, that's part of it. But we estimate, only about 40% of the air pollution burden is from lung diseases. The other part is due to things like ischemic heart disease and stroke, and you are scientists, so you know the mechanisms, but that's something to be kept in mind. How are the trends of the major risk factors, the NCD risk factors, changing in the country? Here, I'm not showing every state, but the three groups of states, the low STI, socio-demographic index, less developed, middle, and high. It turns out that all of the risk factors, major risk factors other than smoking, are going up in all levels of states, but this is the biggest concern we have. Again, referred to by Dr. Paul earlier, overweight. 3 times increase in the overweight prevalence since 1990. Currently, already we have 25% of adults overweight. On the one hand, it's this. On the other hand, we have malnutrition. So we have an issue on our hands, and we need to address it. It's addressable. Not that it cannot be, but the point is we need to address it. And of course, the state level variations and all that we need to take into account. The last part of the findings that I want to share with you some initial attempts at forecasting. This is a very elaborate analysis, and I will not be able to do much justice, except to just tell you in one sentence that what we think the value of this is that instead of just projecting past trends to arrive at what is going to happen in the future, what we as in, I have the great privilege of representing the work of hundreds and hundreds of people. So when I say we, it's not me. It's the entire collaborative work. We are estimating the potential trends of the determinants of diseases, the determinants of risks. So this is a very elaborate exercise, and it won't be perfect. But informed modeling just does not project past trends. Whatever the variable of interest, if you are able to somehow, and of course you're not always able to, if you are able to inform it by the potential changes in the trends of the determinants, which may go in different directions, then the composite modeling is likely to be more robust. And that's the attempt we are doing. So we know that NCDs are going to increase. That we know, I'll skip that. Age pattern. We can see here that currently the under 5 burden as a total of the total disease burden in India, 15% is under 5. It's going to be 1/3 of that. Not surprising, but we need to understand how those trends are going to change. And importantly, I'm going to spend 1 minute here. We are projecting that in the reference scenario, meaning based on the modeling assumptions that we've done, what is likely to be in 2050, all of the NCDs, the crude burden rates, the crude DALI rates are going to increase. And that is largely driven, not exclusively, largely driven by aging, because many of the NCDs are age-related. I'm being simplistic, of course. But the important thing is in the last column here, the age-standardized DALI rates are actually going to decrease for many of the NCDs, because clearly we are going to be better at taking care of them, right? So our care will improve. So for a given level of disease, the burden will be less. So the age standardized, aging, because we are going to be older, the overall crude rates are going to be higher. But age standardized rates will not be that bad. Still, that doesn't solve our problems. The overall burden will be high, so we have to deal with that. But the important distinction here is for some things, and this is the point I wanted to make, even the age standardized rates, as of now, no one sees in the future, given what we know and what is going on at the moment, for some conditions will not be better. For example, musculoskeletal diseases. And this links in, and I didn't know, Dr. Paul, you were talking about the nephrologist's deficiency. CKD is projected in the analysis so far in being one of those few NCDs where even the age standardized rates are going to be worse. So we actually need to do exactly what you said, a lot more about that. Just one example, and there are other things as well. This is a highlight of some issues. We won't have time for this, but you can't just say, I forecasted based on the best assumptions and that is it. We also should attempt, we think, answer the following question. What if we are able to achieve certain ambitious but plausible targets of risk reduction? Clearly, that's the value of all of this work. To inform, okay, if you're able to reduce a particular set of risks to a certain level, which seems ambitious but plausible, what would be the corresponding reduction in the disease burden from specific diseases and composite? That's a very, very important thing, and I think this is the work which we are going to work with on in a very big way, and will of course seek guidance from esteemed colleagues in the room. Dr. Paul is here, and he has been, I don't get to say this, but I'm going to take this opportunity to say this, sir. When we are dealing one-on-one, I don't say this because I'm hesitant, but clearly you have been, not only in the initial stages of planning of this work, but your guidance on how to make sense of it, we value that very much, and we look forward to your guidance on this further. So coming to the set of risks, don't have time for this. We are dealing with the risks for both communicable and non-communicable, the full range. This is a very prelim indicator finding, so please do not quote this, or this is to get the message across. If we are able to achieve certain risk reduction levels for NCD risks, air pollution, wash, and malnutrition, cumulatively we think we will be able to avoid some 20% of the premature deaths. This says 15 because this analysis is not updated this graph with the latest where we have added some more risk reduction targets. So significant amount. So imagine 1/5 of the premature deaths could potentially be averted, and that's a big achievement. But it also shows that the continued attention to risks for communicable diseases and childhood conditions, such as malnutrition and wash, will be needed. It's not that that was not going to be beneficial. So again, we are not going into the exact data, but that's going to be important. You will obviously ask the question, as you should. You told us about India, but you're repeatedly saying that is only a start. What about the states? And that's really the important part. Our current analysis, again, very indicative prelim findings, indicates the following. If on the left, it's the map showing age standardized alley rates, as you can imagine, higher in many of the northern states in 2022. The right map is the interesting part, which is the point I want to make, versus the reference scenario, meaning our projections with our reference modeling, that versus achieving all of the ambitious but plausible risk reduction targets, what would be the relative impact, beneficial impact in each state in reducing the disease burden? Got it? That's what we are attempting. And you can see the message here, the darker blues, many of them are in less developed states, not an unimportant trivial point. If we are going to have a higher benefit in the less developed states, that has got a major impact on national development. The young dividend, younger populations, that the economy and the young dividend is likely to benefit from this. So that equity issue would be facilitated there. What have we learned? Broad learnings. We are doing a broad sweep, obviously, in this talk. What are the broad learnings from this GBD India experience, of which we are very, very fortunate to be part of? One, we have understood that there are crucial data gaps, for example, for cause of death data. We have serious issues with those. We rely still on verbal autopsy, indirect cause of death data from SRS, and that has a great lag, many, many years. So it becomes almost obsolete by the time it's out. And that too, it's not available at the micro level. So there is, and medically certified causes of death data, only 20% of the deaths receive a medical certified cause of death in India currently. And that too, there are some concerns about quality. So there's lots of work to be done. The other thing is, and there are other data gaps, I'm just highlighting some examples. Improvement of data access in the public domain. Whatever data are available, at least that can be more readily accessible for research and decision-making community, and that applies to not only cause of death data, but many other things. And those ways are there, and again, they're just planning for human resources in India, and they could also be planning for figuring out how to best benefit the country by making some more data available. That is, of course, protected. You have security mechanisms, so that's used for public good and not for just mischief. The third point is really large research collaborations. While we have been most fortunate and grateful for this opportunity to be part of this very large effort and to have the privilege of working with leading domain experts and thinkers in India, this is just one activity. And there are, of course, major collaborations happening in India, but what many of us have learned from our decades of experience seeing what happens around the world, the biggest understandings, the most substantive understandings of health and how to improve it come from very large-scale collaboration. So I think that needs to be systematically enhanced. And finally, capacity building of the next generation. Sir, Dr. Paul, you mentioned about human resources and the doubling of the graduates and the postgraduate seats, and which is, of course, the most remarkable thing I heard. I didn't know this, which is fantastic. I propose to you that correspondingly, if we were to plan something like that for health metrics is basically making sense of population health trends. And of course, we have many people interested, but because it's a complementary effort to all of the clinical and the basic and the technological advances that we make, it might potentially be very useful. So happy to discuss that with you and take your guidance on that. We have already initiated efforts in this capacity building, but on a limited scale. Clearly, we can't do it all. Senior people in the country have to push it further. We are doing it with ICMR, and we are starting it with a host of other institutions. And in fact, this afternoon, Dr. Shailaja has been a very valued collaborator. We are talking about potential people from, and Dr. Soman, we are talking about potential people from this institute who could be trained and be part of this capacity building effort. Now I'm coming to the last part, and this I will take a few minutes, and please bear with me. This might seem like he's going on a tangent or something like that, but I'm encouraged to hear some of the things that the previous speakers have said about thinking beyond yourself and so on. So I'm not that apprehensive, but I'm going to take my chance. So here is what I want to suggest to you. This is one example of the research work, potentially useful, maybe could be better, we'll try. But what is this business of knowledge generation, be it this health metrics or whatever you do, how it is best placed to maximize benefits to society or humanity as a whole? Almost every speaker mentioned in their own way that has to be the kind of big goal. Now, why is it so? It turns out, or it seems to me, that the most important humans have been here for some 200,000 years, and I'm going to talk about a little bit longitudinal picture as well. Humans have been here, we have been here for some 250,000 years. The most important thing which I understand makes us do what we do is a sense of belonging. Humans need to belong and feel part of something. So which essentially means going beyond oneself. You can express it in various ways, but that is really a big driver of what we do. So I want to bring in 3 concepts to see how best that can be done. What is our place in the cosmos? What is really the nature of reality? And I'm warning you, this is going to be a bit stretched, but bear with me. And the evolution of consciousness. We live in the here and now. Just imagine today versus just imagine 2,000 years ago. 50 years, even today versus 2,000 years ago, today is magic. Today is like, it's an unimaginable, magical world for a person 2,000 years ago. Imagine further back. Things have always changed very dramatically, and that's the nature of things as we know. So, and what is our place in the entire existence story? Some of us are interested in it, and perhaps it should be asked more often, because that will in turn make us ask questions, what's going to be relevant in the future for us? And that has to do with 2 major things. How do we perceive reality, and how consciousness, what is it, this consciousness business? Reality. Is reality only what we see and feel? Clearly not. We know that from various examples. We know that there are examples of yogis and mystics in our culture, but then there are examples in other cultures as well, who have transcended this ability of us common humans to just perceive a limited amount of electromagnetic spectrum or the environmental inputs. So clearly, and even in this, the quantum physics, starting with the relativity part, we increasingly know that time and space is actually all relative. Even philosophers of the traditions other than our tradition, for example, Immanuel Kant, was famous for having repeatedly reminded the world that it's all in your head. Space and time is in your head. That's how we are wired. So the point being, we can't avoid it. That's where we are. We have to do what we have to do and make sense of, do something useful in our current thing. But the point being that if we have a bigger zoomed out view, it is more likely that we would be able to do things which are not as self-centered or self-focused. That is the point. And that has then got to do with how evolution of consciousness is going to take place. Many have predicted, give me 2 more minutes before I lose you. Many have predicted that there is going to be an evolution of consciousness. I'm giving you 2 examples here, but many have. You started with Sri Yukteswara Giri, and I was fascinated to read his Holy Science about he wrote it more than 100 years ago. Of course, it's not written in the Eurocentric scientific style, but he was a polymath, not just a yogi, but an astronomer and a thinker and a scientist in his own way. He predicted, and of course we don't have to believe all of that in terms of the actual numbers, but currently we are in the technology phase, the Dwapara phase. It will be followed 2,000 years later by the Tretya phase, which is understanding what this whole cosmic business is, going beyond time and telepathy, and having more connect with the environment and other humans or other beings and the cosmos. And then finally, whatever, Satya. This is just a way of explaining things. I mean, I'm not being rigid about it, but these are possibilities we can't just put aside. There is this historical wisdom. Another example is Sri Aurobindo's work, and he firmly believed that the purpose of our existence is divine consciousness. Now, however way we want to interpret it, we can't stop living today, but if there is a connect with the possibility of that, without making it too much of a cliche, without making it a romantic notion, just like understanding that perhaps is the trajectory of humanity. So it might give us a bigger perspective. This brings me to the last point I'm going to make. This point here, the reductionist versus the holistic view. We have gained tremendously, and we should all be very grateful, I think, to the scientific achievements of the last few hundred years. Fabulous. But that has been driven by this Enlightenment, Eurocentric view of seeing things. So many uses, many advances, all that is good. But what has also happened is many of the traditional, and we were talking about this earlier, President Sir, in the elevator, the traditional wisdom, and it's not just our culture of course has solid, very valuable things which we can utilize, but other cultures as well. So what has happened is this Eurocentric one scientific approach. Of course, there are people within this approach also who are trying to understand complexity. But they use the same framework. So, for example, there's the Santa Fe Institute of Complexity started by very Nobel laureates and the senior most scientists in the US, nonprofit, trying to figure out not just teasing apart, breaking up things, but what does this all mean together? But the framework used generally is again that Eurocentric framework. What I'm trying to say, we have to increasingly, and this cannot happen in a singular way, but we have to increasingly try to, with an open mind, explore how the historical wisdom of humanity, we scientists, can combine with, you mentioned, sir, Dr. Paul, science without humanity. But, how do we take a longitudinal view of this and try to do this for now, but also perhaps in the longer run? Especially now with artificial intelligence coming in and life, what we are seeing today, 20 years from now, it's going to be very different. So I think this game needs to be upped a bit, the historical wisdom issue. And the future, I think, for human well-being will definitely require, and this is the message that I want to share with the young colleagues, many of our esteemed colleagues already in their own ways, and you all, in their own ways, you have some sense. Obviously, you have your own thoughts on this, but the younger colleagues, I want to leave this message. The future would not only be the fascinating scientific, analytical things that you do. That, of course, is necessary. You will need to do fantastic biotechnology. I was amazed, actually. I didn't know such depth and fascinating work being done. So I'm very grateful to this opportunity for not just its oration, but to know what about your institute is doing. But besides this biotechnology advances, figuring out these very fascinating solutions to immediate problems, clinical care, you are at the cutting edge. Population health, you have some, fantastic work going on there. But the synthesis of all this, and I want to bring in this point of spirituality. Spirituality not in a rigid way of religion, but science was created by humans, and so was spirituality. These have been anchors for us to make sense of the world we live in. So what is this divide? This is artificial. So if you're going to talk about interdisciplinary, I think that is the thing, perhaps, to see. And many of our senior leaders in the country already have the sense, and they do that in their own ways. And so it's not that this is a new concept, but the point is many more younger people also need to, at least this journey, it's a journey. There's no end solution right away. So I'm going to stop this rambling before I bore you out. But the final thing I want to say, a few words in the language that we understand. In our culture, we know some of the key attributes that we talk about in the Hindu or the Indian culture. It's the tamasic, rajasic, and sattvic traits. This, of course, no one is a perfect fit into any one of these three. We know tamasic are the sloth and the laziness and the indulgence, and the rajasic is, oh, well, let's get excited. Do anything we can, and it's just excitement. But we don't care what it will end up doing to the others of the society. It's like adrenaline. And of course, sattvic is very agile, active, but balanced. But there's no one solution, one prescriptive notion, and that's what people like Aurobindo or Sri Yukteswara Giri and many others have said, and many philosophers, I'm just saying two names. The game is really to achieve a higher level as much as possible, given what we are. All of us are made differently. And for the graduates, given what we are, whatever we are doing, how to enhance the sattvic or the balanced and the wise part of our life and our work. And I want to end by connecting with Sree G. Parthasarthi's. Of course, I shouldn't forget, two of the concepts, for example, it's not unique to our culture alone, and that's important to realize. For example, the Aboriginal culture in Australia, the longest culture known to humanity, 50, 60,000 years, there is a concept called dadiri. What it means is deep, silent listening to the surrounding. What it really means is see things as they are and connect with what. So that's the wisdom. Then the Japanese Shinto culture has this concept of margokoro, basically a sincere heart, in seeing the connect with the surroundings in an open mind, not with our biased, frenzied thing. So it's up there. The sattvic equivalent is there in many, many other cultures. And coming back to Sree G. Parthasarthi, his exceptional contributions to society, and his, of course, everyone highly respects his gentle persona, highlight to me, and to many others I think, that there was clearly a sattvic dominance in his being. He was able to achieve so much. How? Connect. You can't do that in a singular mind frame. So connecting things and in a wise way and seeing the reality and adapting, that's what it seems to me. And the message for all the graduates today, I repeat, and for all of us, it's a journey lifelong for everyone, is to seek that, but do it in a graceful manner. So good luck to the graduates with all the productivity that you will have, but hopefully it will be with grace and bring you deeper joy in your lives. And thank you all for this opportunity. I would be remiss if I don't add this last slide. I have to acknowledge what I suggested, what I showed you the data, is the work of hundreds of people. So I want to acknowledge that I am speaking on behalf of this India State Level Disease Burden Initiative. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your soul-stirring message on the deep value and impact of health matrices like the state-specific burden of disease. You have taught us to be proactive forecasters and not just reactive caregivers to make an impact on the disease burden. Thank you, sir. Let us all give Professor Lalit Dandona a standing ovation.
I now invite Dr. Roy Joseph, Dean of the Academic Affairs of our institute, to propose the vote of thanks.
The Honorable President of the Institute, Dr. V.K. Saraswat, our Chief Guest, Dr. V.K. Paul, Eminent Guest of Honor, Dr. Rajesh Gokhale, G. Parsarthi Orator, Dr. Lalit Dandona, our Director, Dr. Sanjay Bihari, Dr. Ajit Kumar, our former Director, retired former Head BMD Wings, Governing Body members, Directors of our neighboring institutions, Head BMD Wing, all Associate Deans, all Heads of Departments, faculty and staff, distinguished guests, our graduates and their families, ladies and gentlemen. It is my honor and privilege to propose the vote of thanks. We are gathered here on the occasion of the 39th graduation ceremony of Sree Chitra Tirunal Institute for Medical Sciences and Technology to celebrate the gift of wisdom. 127 graduates have had their degrees conferred on them by one of the most eminent personalities in India, Dr. Vijay Kumar Saraswat, the president of our institute. On behalf of all the students, their families, and the whole institute, sir, it is my privilege to thank you wholeheartedly. Dr. V.K. Paul, in spite of his busy schedule as a member of Niti Aayog, kindly consented to attend this convocation. Dear sir, on behalf of the whole institute and the graduating students, let me thank you for joining us and gracing this occasion today as a chief guest and for sharing with us your invaluable thoughts. Dr. Rajesh Gokhale, an eminent scientist and secretary to the Department of Biotechnology, Government of India, accepted our invitation and shared his wisdom with us. Dear sir, it is an honor to thank you here. On behalf of the institute and the students, I thank you for agreeing to be the guest of honor at this occasion. We thank Dr. Lalit Dandona for giving us a thought-provoking oration in the name of G. Parthasarathi. Thank you very much, sir, for agreeing to join us today. Our director, Dr. Sanjay Bihari, has been leading us from the front ever since he took charge. For this function also, he has been instrumental in giving us all the support and encouragement for making it a big success. Sir, we thank you from the bottom of our hearts for all your support. Dear students, as you bid farewell to us, I can only hope you remember your time at Chitra with the fond memories. I hope we as faculty and staff have been able to add value to your lives and further your career as you take on the mantle of being the next generation of doctors, clinicians, scientists, and public health planners who will lead their respective fields not only here in India, but hopefully across the world. I want to thank you for choosing to be with us during your time here and for embracing the values of this program and of this institute wholeheartedly. We are proud of you and you deserve it. Finally, let me thank all our guests and our retired faculty members who are attending this program. I also congratulate all staff and students who received certificates of merit and certificates of appreciation. Last but not the least, let me express my gratitude to all faculty, associate deans, especially Dr. Manigandan, director's office, academic office, medical illustration, computer division, members of various committees who work hard, and other staff and students who took concerted efforts to make this convocation an occasion to cherish. Thank you all and wish you a great day.
Thank you, sir. May I request the gathering to rise for the national anthem?
जनगणमन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मागे गाहे तव जय गाथा जनगण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे.
It is now time to close the function. Ladies and gentlemen, I request you all to keep standing until the academic procession and the new graduates leave the auditorium.